Hello and welcome to Master Azure Databricks course. And in this video, I am going to show you what we are going to learn in this entire course. So guys, I have divided the whole course into 13 modules. So the first module is Azure Databricks. In this module, we will learn what is data pipeline, what is Azure Databricks, Azure Databricks architecture, how to set up Azure account, and then we will see how to set up Databricks workspace. In the next module, we are going to learn about workspace, runtime, cluster, notebooks, libraries, repos, DBFS, DBUTILS, widgets, jobs and workflow, and finally we will see how to set up external Metastore. Next, we will see what is RDD, how to create the RDD, what is RDD transformation, what is RDD action, what is RDD joins, what is pair RDD, broadcast variable, accumulators, how you can convert RDD to DataFrame, how you can import and then read the data in Databricks, and then I will show you how you can create a table using the user interface. Next, we will see what is DataFrame, how you can create the DataFrame, how you can assign the schema, what is function, what is casting operation, filter transformation, update all, update by name, order by and sort by operation, group by operation, how you can remove the duplicates, what is windowing function, what is date and timestamp function, what is UDF, and how you can implement the join operation. Next, I will show you how you can read and write the data from multiple data source. For example, Parquet file, CSV, JSON, XML file, Excel file. Also, we will see how you can read and write the data into SQL database and how you can access the data from the Azure Blob storage. Next, we will go deep dive into Spark structured streaming. Then we will see what is data source and sink, what is rate and file source, how you can get the data from the Kafka source, what is console sync, memory sync, file and custom sync. Then we will see how you can build streaming ETL, how you can set up Azure Event Hub, how you can create the producer, how you can get the data from the Azure Event Hub. Then we will see transformation, and finally we will see the last part of this project, how to load the data into destination. Then we will implement another project, that is the Twitter sentiments analysis. Next we will see what is Databricks SQL or warehouse, what is the components of Databricks SQL or warehouse, how you can configure SQL endpoint, creating a table from a CSV file, what is query, how to create the query, how to make the query parameterized, what is query profiling, how to build the chart, for example bar chart, pie chart in table view. Then we will see how to create the line chart and counter chart. Then we will see how to create the dashboard, what is query alert. Then we will see how access control works in Databricks SQL, how you can transfer the ownership, then how you can access SQL endpoints from the Python, and finally we will see what is Databricks SQL CLI. Next, we will go deep dive into Delta Lake. So first we will understand what is Data Lakehouse architecture, what is Medallion Lakehouse architecture, what is Delta Lake, how you can create the Delta table, how you can perform read and write operation, what is insert, update, delete and merge operation, what is schema validation, time travel feature, how you can convert Parquet table to Delta table, what is generated columns. Then we will implement incremental ETL load, and finally we will implement incremental ETL load with the help of version property. Next we will learn the administration activity, what is users and group, how to create the users into Azure Active Directory, how you can create the groups, what is table access control, and how to give the permission at a workspace level, cluster level, and at a job level. Next, we will see Databricks security, what is secret management, how you can implement column level security and the raw level security. Then after, we will see Databricks command line interface and the REST API, how you can set up Databricks command line interface on Azure portal, what is WorkSpace CLI, Cluster CLI, DBFS CLI and Job CLI. Finally, we will see how you can set up Databricks CLI on local machine, what is REST API, how to invoke the REST API, what is job, token and group APIs. Next, we will see how you can work with the BI tools, for example, Power BI, how you can connect Power BI to Databricks with the JDBC and also with the Partner Connect. We will see another BI tool, that is Tableau, and again I will show you how you can connect Tableau to Databricks. And next we will see what is CI/CD DevOps, how to set up Azure DevOps, how you can integrate Databricks with Azure DevOps, how you can create build pipeline, and then how to create release pipeline and how you can move your code in automated fashion. Great. So guys, that's all for this video and see you in the next class. Thank you. In this video, first we will understand what is data pipeline. So data pipeline is nothing but the concept where we can move our data from one system to the another system and we can perform some kind of operations. And the first concept is ETL. ETL is nothing but extract, transform and load. And in this diagram, we can see we are getting the data, then we can perform some kind of operation, and these operations are called transform, and finally we can load transform data into the another system. Now in the left hand side we can see we have a database, applications, files and the IoT data. That means I can say this is my data source, and the data source could be structured, it could be semi-structured, or it could be real-time data in the form of sensors. We can pull all this data in the transform layer, and we have so many ETL tools, for example Talent, Informatica and many more, where we can transform our data and finally we can load into the final destination. And again, final destination could be real time, for example any kind of messaging queue, or it could be data warehouse or database. So we can build two type of pipeline, batch pipeline and the streaming pipeline. Now let's assume we have a one OTT platform, same as Netflix and Amazon Prime, and every day users comes on our OTT platform and they are watching the videos or films. So what kind of operation we can perform in the batch pipeline? So first we can calculate how many users subscribe in the current month, and then what is the daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly and yearly user subscription. To get this kind of reports or KPI, the first requirement is we should have finite data set. We would be needed historical data, and the process will be performed periodically. Now in the streaming pipeline, we have to work in the infinite data set. It will involve real-time data, event time is important, and the processing will be continuously. With the streaming pipeline, we have an advantage. We can monitor the application logs for any kind of system failures. We can track the deliverables, and also we can provide recommendation to users in real time. Guys, building a streaming pipeline is a complex process, and the first complexity is the fault tolerant. Our system should be fault tolerant. If any kind of failure comes into our system, how to deal with dirty and late arriving data. Next complexity is we have to separate batch and streaming pipelines, how to run interactive queries on streaming data, and the final complexity is how to apply machine learning algorithm on the real-time data. And now Apache Spark comes into the picture, and it is in-memory analytics engine for large-scale data processing. It is fast and powerful. You can build unified batch and streaming application in the same framework. It is scalable and fault tolerant, allow it to run hundreds of machines, and you can apply machine learning and graph processing on the real-time data. But still, there are some difficulties in Apache Spark. And what are those? The first pain point is infrastructure management, because it is really hard to manage hundreds and thousands of machines. It has a lack of user interface. It doesn't have any kind of inbuilt job scheduling mechanism, and sometimes it's very difficult to upgrade from one version to the another version, and it has an integration complexity. And finally, it is difficult to collaborate on projects. Now all these hurdles can be managed by Databricks, and it is the managed platform for Apache Spark. So what does it mean? That means you can set up infrastructure from user interface. Databricks manage scalability, failure recovery, and upgrades, and it is very easy to test our notebook into different environment, and it is also provide authorization and authentication. Great. So in this video, we have learned what is the data pipeline, what is the type of data pipelines, what are the difficulties comes while we design any kind of streaming application, and finally, we have seen Apache Spark and Databricks. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video, I am going to explain what are the different concepts in Azure Databricks. So the first concept is the workspace. So workspace is a place where you write your code, you can run your code, and also you can schedule your job. In the workspace, the first component is notebook, and notebook is a web-based interface to document that certain runnable commands, visualization, and narrative text. That means you can write your Spark code in the notebook. The next component is dashboard, and dashboard is an interface that provides organized access to visualization. The next component is library. So when you write your Spark code, then you may be needed to import external library. So a library is a package of code available to the notebook or job running on your clusters. The next component is repo, and with the help of repo, you can sync your Git repository in your Databricks. And the last component under workspace is experiment, and experiment is a collection of ML flow runs for training a machine learning model. The next concept is interface. That means with the help of UI, you can access Azure Databricks, you can create folders, and this is give easy to use graphical interface, and you can access data objects and computational resource from this web. And with the help of REST API, you can get the information about your clusters and for your data management. Similarly, with the help of command line interface, you can get all the information about your workspace. The next concept is data management. So under data management, the first component is Databricks file system, where your all the data will be stored. The next one is the database, and you can create your database in your Azure Databricks. You can also create the tables, and you can query tables with the help of Spark SQL and Spark APIs, and it also support to store metadata information, and this component will store all the structure information of the various table and the partition in the data warehouse. Next concept is computation management, and the first component is cluster, where you can create your own cluster and you can run your jobs and notebooks. The next component is pool, and it is provide ready to use virtual machine, and that will help to reduce cluster start and auto scaling times. The next component is Databricks Runtime, and this component provides operating system and required libraries that would be needed to set up cluster. And the next one is job. It is the non-interactive mechanism for running a notebook or library either immediately or on a schedule basis. Next concept is model management. You can create your machine learning models. You can run your machine learning models and you can pass certain kind of parameters, and also you can create experiment with the help of ML flow component. Next concept is authentication and authorization. You can create users inside your Databricks. A group is a collection of users, and the interesting feature is you can provide permission to the workspace cluster, job and table to the particular user. Great. So in this video we have seen the different concepts provided by Azure Databricks. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video, we will understand architecture of Azure Databricks. Now first, we will understand how Azure Databricks store and process your data. For that, in Databricks, we have data plane, and data plane is managed by your Azure account and is where your data resides. This is also where data is processed. Now let's see how data plane store your data. And guys, in this image we can see Databricks file system layer on top of customer managed storage. Now what does it mean? Now all the datasets will store into DBFS, and guys, DBFS it's just an abstraction layer, and ultimately the data will be stored on your Azure Blob storage. And how DBFS work we will see in our later videos in detail. So DBFS will take care of your storage part. Now next is the data processing. So for data processing we would be needed virtual machines, and these virtual machines will be created under your Azure account while you create the clusters, and this virtual machine will get the data from the Azure Blob storage if you send any kind of request. So guys, now you understood how your data will be stored and processed under data plane. In data plane, it's managed by your Azure account. Now the next layer is control plane, and in the control plane you will have your own notebooks. You can send any kind of commands, you can schedule your jobs and queries, and also you can create the clusters with the help of UI. So all these components and its configuration will be stored in control plane. And now let's assume you are going to write the code in your notebook, and that code will run under your data plane, and it will get the data from the DBFS, and finally it will return in your notebook. Similarly, if you run any kind of job, so first it will come into the data plane. Data plane will check the data into your Azure Blob storage, and accordingly it will send the response. Now next point is how the user will be authenticated. For that, Azure Data Services using Azure Directory and all the Databricks user this SSO to authenticate for your Databricks. Similarly, control plane provides some kind of REST APIs, and that can be accessed outside from this network. Great. So in this example, we have seen the architecture of Databricks, how the data will be stored, how the data will be processed, and how you can consume this data in the control plane, and how authentication and authorization works for Databricks user. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video, I am going to show you how you can create your account on Azure portal. So first, let's go back to browser and then type the URL portal.azure.com. You will be landed on Microsoft Azure page. Now we have an option create one. Let's click on this option, and then we have to specify email ID. You can also use the phone number, but in this video let me use email ID. We have provided email ID bigdata.outsourcing@gmail.com. Click on next. Now we have to provide the password. Let's give the password here and then click on next. Now we have to verify our email. So let's go back to your Gmail account, and here we can see we got a code. So let's copy this code, paste it here and click on next. Next we have to solve the puzzle. So let's click on next and pick the penguin here. So now we have to select penguin image, and now guys we can see we landed on Microsoft Azure page. Now let's close this window, and now guys, in order to work on the Databricks we have to take a subscription, and in the left hand side we can see start with an Azure free trial. So let's click on start here, and then we landed on Azure free account. So guys, here we have a two option, start free and pay as you go. You can either select free version, or if you want to play with other services, then you would be needed pay as you go service. In this course we are going to play around multiple services, so let me select pay as you go. Now let's click on get started, and in this page we have to create our profile first. So country is India, give the first name, middle name and last name. Next, provide the email address and the phone number. Next, either you can select text me or call me. So let's click on call me, and you will get a call from the Microsoft. Your code is 8. Once you get your verification code, click on verify code. Next, we have to provide organization name and addresses. So let's fill all the information. Give the city name, state name also, and the postal code. And finally, let's select these two checkbox and click on next. Once you complete your profile, and the next step we have to add payment information. And guys, for the subscription we have to add either credit card or the debit card information. So let's fill all the information here. Now we have filled all the payment information and click on next. In this screen you have to enter OTP and then click on next. Now authentication process is going on. Next, we have to add a new payment method. Click on next. Once you fill all the payment information, in the next step you have to provide service usage address. So we have filled all the information. Click on next. In the next step we have to add technical support. So we don't need any technical support. Let's select no technical support and then click on sign up. Now let's select are you satisfied with your sign up experience. So let's select yes. Click on submit. Now guys, let's again click on sign in, and now we are ready to use Azure Databricks service in Azure portal. And in the next video I will show you how you can set up Databricks workspace. Great, that's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In our last video we have set up Azure account, and in this video I am going to show how you can set up your Databricks workspace. So let's go back to Azure portal, and now we are in Azure portal and we are logged in as an admin user. Next we have to search for Databricks service. So here we can see we have a Azure Databricks. Let's click on it and you will be landed on Azure Databricks page, and here you can see I have already created one workspace, but now let's create another one. Click on create, and now it is asking subscription. So subscription will be pay as you go. Next we have to select resource group. So let's click on create new and let's call it my Udemy 1. Click on OK. Next we have to specify workspace name. So let's call it my training 1. Region would be East US and pricing tier would be premium, because we need role based access control, but you can also create trial and the standard version. Let's click on networking. Let's keep all the settings as it is. Click on advanced, click on tag, and finally click on review plus create. Validation is going on. Let's wait for a minute and then click on create. We are getting the message here submitting deployment, and now we can see deployment is in progress. Let's wait for a minute. Now we got a message your deployment is complete, and then click on go to resource. And now guys, we are landed on the Azure Databricks home page, and here we can see status is active, resource group is my Udemy 1. This is the location. In the right hand side we can see we have a URL and the pricing tier is premium. Now either you can click on this URL or you can click on this launch workspace. Now let's click on launch workspace, and here you can see first it is signing with the Azure Active Directory. So we have already logged in into Azure portal. That's why we don't need to provide additional login information while logging into Databricks. Now we landed on Azure Databricks page. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how to set up Databricks workspace. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys and welcome to new module, and let's see what we are going to learn in this module. So first we will understand what is workspace. Then I will show you what is runtimes and how you can create the runtimes in the cluster. Next we will see what is cluster and how to create the cluster into Databricks. Next we will see how we can create the notebooks. Then after I will show you what is libraries and how you can install the libraries into Databricks. Next I will give you a demo how you can integrate Repo to Git. Then after we will make our understanding on DBFS, that is Databricks file system. Next we will understand what is DBUTILS, what is widgets. Next I will show you what is workflow and how you can create the jobs. And finally I will give you a demo how you can set up your external Metastore. Great. So in the next video we will start from the workspace. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at what is workspace. So Databricks workspace is an environment for accessing all of your Azure Databricks assets. A workspace is a place where the Azure Databricks platform runs, where you can create Spark clusters, jobs, and also you can schedule your workloads. We can manage the workspace using workspace UI and the Databricks CLI. Cluster, notebooks, jobs, libraries, data, repos, model and experiments. These are the assets of the workspace. We can provide access to data and computational resources such as clusters and jobs. We can also manage permission and access in the workspace. Every workspace has a unique numerical workspace ID, and the workspace organizes objects, for example, notebook, libraries, experiments into folders. Now let me navigate the workspace. So let's go back to Databricks platform. Alright, so now we are in the Databricks workspace, and guys, from this URL you can get into this workspace. In the left hand side we have a menu option, and let's first click on expand. We can also collapse, and we have auto mode also. So let me select expand. So we have a three panels here: data science and engineering, machine learning and SQL. So first we are going to see what are the assets inside data science and engineering. So first we have a create menu, and with the help of create menu you can create notebook, table, cluster, job, repo and AutoML experiment. Similarly we have a workspace. With the help of workspace you can organize your folders. With the help of repo you can integrate GitHub and the Azure DevOps. We have a search menu here, and you can search notebooks, files, folders, libraries and repos. Next we have a data option. So with the help of this option you can see all the database and tables here. Similarly we have a DBFS. In the DBFS we have a two folders, file store and users, and also we can upload any files from this upload option. Now we have a compute menu here, and with the help of compute section, you can create all-purpose cluster, job cluster, pools and cluster policies. Next, we have a workflow option. With the help of workflow, you can create the jobs and also you can create the Delta Live tables. At the bottom, we have a partner connect, and with the help of partner connect, you can connect any of the data ingestion tool, data preparation tool, data quality, machine learning, and you can connect to Power BI and Tableau also. Next, we have a help section and you can get the access of documentation, knowledge base, and also you can give the feedback here. And the very last option is settings. Click on this option and guys, here we can see we have a user setting option, admin console and manage account. Now let's click on user settings. So in the user settings, we can create tokens. We can enable the settings for Git integration. We can choose notebook settings, email preferences and language settings also. Similarly, from the admin console, you can manage users, group. You can also specify global init scripts and workspace settings. And now this is the My Training Databricks, and you can also have an option to log out. Now let me select the different panel, that is the machine learning. So in the machine learning, we have a same assets, for example, workspace, repos, search, data, compute, and additionally we have a experiment option, and with the help of experiments you can create auto ML experiment. Similarly, you have a feature store and machine learning models. Now let me select SQL panel here, and guys, SQL panel is completely different from the machine learning and the engineering panel. And in this panel we get SQL editors, we can write the queries, we can create the dashboard, and also we can set our alerts. We can also see the data from the data option, and also we can create serverless endpoints with the help of SQL endpoints. We can see query history, and under settings we have three options: user settings, SQL admin console and manage account. Great. So in this video we have seen what is workspace and what are the different panels: data engineering, machine learning and SQL. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to look at what is Databricks runtime. So first we will see what are the different types of runtime, and then I will show you how you can select different runtime while the creation of cluster. So Databricks runtime are the set of core components that run on Databricks clusters. Databricks offers several types of runtimes. For example, Databricks runtime. Databricks runtime includes Apache Spark, but it also adds number of components that improves its performance and security of big data analytics. Now let's see what are the components inside Databricks runtime. So the first component is Delta Lake, and that is the next generation storage layer built on top of Apache Spark, and it provides ACID transaction. You will get Java, Scala, Python and R libraries. Operating system would be Ubuntu. It has GPU enabled clusters, and you can integrate other components of the platform, for example notebooks, jobs and cluster managers. The next runtime is for the machine learning. Databricks runtime ML provides multiple machine learning libraries, for example TensorFlow, Keras and XGBoost. The next runtime is the Photon. To access Photon on Azure Databricks cluster, you must explicitly select a runtime containing Photon when you create the cluster. If you are using Databricks SQL, so Photon is by default in the Databricks SQL endpoints. Photon has some advantages. For example, you will get faster performance if you enable Delta Cache. It will replace automatically short merge join into hash join, and if you have large amount of data, and in that case it will accelerate your SQL queries. It has some kind of limitations also. For example, it only works on delta and parquet tables, do not support windows and short operation, do not support Spark structured streaming, and also we don't have any kind of support for the UDF. The next one is Databricks Lite, and if we don't need any kind of advanced performance, then we can choose this option. Databricks Lite does not support Delta Lake, auto scaling, high concurrency, and it does not support to connect various data source and BI tool. Alright, so we have seen the different types of runtime. Let me show you how you can choose the right runtime when you create your cluster. Let's go back to workspace. So now we are in the workspace. Let's click on compute option, click on create cluster, and guys, we have an option Databricks runtime version. Let's click on this drop down and you will get standard runtime and machine learning runtime. We have a different version. For example, 11.0, 10.5, and in the right hand side we can see for the 11.0 we have a Spark 3.3.0 version and Scala version is 2.12. Similarly, for the previous runtime we have a Scala 2.1 and Spark 3.0.1. Now let's click on ML runtime, and similarly we have a different libraries and package for different runtime. And guys, if you want to use Python acceleration, then you can select this option. Alright, so in this video I have demonstrated what is the runtime and how you can choose when you create your cluster. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at what is cluster and what kind of cluster we can create in the Databricks. So Databricks cluster provides a computation resource that we need to run our data engineering, data science in data analytics work. Databricks support two kind of cluster. The first one is interactive cluster and another one is automated cluster. Let's see what is interactive cluster. With the help of interactive cluster, you can interactively analyze your data. These clusters generally created by users. You can manually terminate your cluster, but it has an option for auto termination also, auto scale on demand, and comparatively it is costly. On the other hand side, we have a automated cluster. With the help of automated cluster, you can run our ETL job. This cluster creates when our ETL job starts, and this cluster automatically terminated when jobs end. Auto termination is not allowed. It has a high throughput and it is also support auto scale on demand, and it is comparatively cheaper than interactive cluster. Databricks cluster has a different cluster mode. The first one is standard, and in the standard mode it is applicable for single user. It supports Scala, Python, SQL and R language, and it supports terminate automatically. The second cluster mode is high concurrent mode. So in the high concurrency mode, multiple users can work at a time. It doesn't support Scala and no support for terminate automatically. The another cluster mode is the single node, and it has no workers, support terminate automatically, and generally it is not recommended for the large scale data processing. Alright, so we have seen the types of the cluster and cluster mode. Now let's go back to workspace, and now we will see how we can create the cluster. Now we landed in our Databricks workspace, so you can create the cluster with the help of create menu, and also in the left hand side we have an option compute. Let's click on this option. Once you click on this option, then you will be landed on this page, and at the top we can see we have a all purpose cluster, and all purpose cluster is nothing but your interactive cluster, what we have seen few minutes back. Then we have a job clusters. So the job clusters, it will be automatically create once your ETL job starts. We can create the pools also, and also we can specify cluster policies. Now let's go back to all purpose cluster and click on create cluster. So guys, the first we have to provide cluster name. Let's call it development, and we have a three mode: high concurrency, standard and single node. Let's keep standard one. We have already seen what is runtime, so let's select latest runtime, and it has a Scala 2.12 and Spark 3.3.0 version. Now guys, it will be automatically terminate after 120 minutes. So let's modify this option, and I want automatically terminate this cluster if there is a 10 minutes of inactivity. We can specify worker type here. So here we have a different options. For example, general purpose HDD, memory optimized cluster. So based on the data volume, we generally select this option. Let's keep the default one, standard DS3 underscore V2, and similarly we can select driver type also. So in the driver we are saying it is the same as worker, but generally we keep higher configuration for the driver. And guys, it has a very interesting feature, that is the enable auto scaling. So once you enable auto scaling, so based on the data volume, it will create your worker nodes, and if you uncheck this option, then explicitly you have to specify how many workers we require. So let's select enable auto scaling, and minimum worker is 2 and maximum workers are 8. Now let's click on advanced option. So guys, in the advanced option we can specify Spark property, we can specify logging location also. For example, DBFS could be the location, and we can also specify init scripts, and that will be triggered once your cluster will start. So in this demo we are selecting single node cluster mode. So we can see auto scaling features is not enabled for single node mode. Now let's go ahead and run this cluster. Guys, please note it may take few minutes to up and running this cluster, and now we can see our cluster is up and running. That's all for this video. In the next video I will cover the extra feature of the Databricks cluster. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Welcome back guys. In our last video we have seen how to create the cluster. Now let's see what are the another feature. Now let's click on the notebook. So we can attach the notebook with the development cluster. Similarly, we can install the libraries we are going to see in our later videos. We have a event log option, and with the help of this option you can see the statistics of this cluster when it got created, and currently the driver is healthy. With the help of Spark UI you can see stages, store, executor information here. For the debugging purpose you can download all the logs from here. If you want to see CPU utilization, then you can click on the Angular UI and you can see CPU utilization from this option. We have a apps option and you can launch your web terminal from this option. In the later videos I will show you how you can launch web terminal. And we have a Spark cluster UI, and from this option you can see all the stages, executor and SQL information. We can edit this cluster information with the help of edit button. You cannot modify the cluster mode, but rest of the things you can modify. Let's cancel it. Similarly, you can assign the permission at the group or at the user level. You can make a clone of it. You can restart this cluster, and also you can delete this cluster. Now let's click on the cluster option, and guys, in the right hand side you can terminate this cluster, and also you can get restart, clone, delete and edit options here. Great. So in this video we have seen all the cluster options and feature. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video I am going to cover what is notebook. So a notebook is a web-based interface where we write our runnable code, and we can write our code in the Scala, Python, R and SQL language. You can manage your notebook from the UI and from the CLI. You can import and export your notebook. Notebook supports version control, for example GitHub, Bitbucket and Azure DevOps. In the notebook, various type of visualization you can perform with the help of display and display HTML function. You can make your notebook parameterized with the help of widgets, and you can also execute your notebook with the help of run command. And guys, we are going to cover all these concepts in this course. Now let's go back to workspace and I will show you how you can create the notebook. Alright, we are in the Databricks workspace and we can create the notebook from the create menu, and also we can create the notebook from the workspace. Now let's go to workspace, click on user, and we are going to create notebook in the module 2. Click on the drop down and click on notebook. First we have to specify notebook name here. So let's call it hello one notebook. The default language should be Python, but we have another option, for example Scala, Python and R. Let's select Python language here, and then we have to select development cluster. Go ahead and click on create. Now guys, we can see we landed on the notebook, and this is the cell where we write our code. Now let's write print hello world. If you want to execute this code, first you have to attach cluster here. So currently we can see the cluster in detach status. Now let's click on this cluster, and now cluster got attached. To execute this cell, you can either click on run cell or you can press shift enter. We got the output hello world. When you click on this plus icon, it will add new cell here, and similarly you can write any Python code. This is the cell got executed, and at the bottom it will show some information, how much time it took and who has executed this cell. Now let's print. So we got the output. Now guys, if you want to write some kind of documentation for this notebook, so we have a command %md and let's use pound key and write something. Write documentation, shift enter, and guys, now you can see with the help of percentage MD command you can write any kind of documentation. If you double click on this thing, then you will again go back to your cell and you can modify this cell. We can also add the comment in this notebook. So in the right hand side, let's click on this icon and write some text and click on comment. Similarly, if you want to see the history of this notebook, this is the first one. Similarly, you can see the other histories also. Now let's click on exit and you will be landed on the original notebook. You can also schedule this notebook, and we can schedule this notebook on every day, every hour and every minute. We can also specify alerts here if my notebooks gives any kind of error. Let's click on cancel. On the top you can see some of the menu bar. So let's start from the right. So with the help of clear cell outputs, all the outputs will be removed. You can clear state and cell outputs, clear state and run all. So let's remove all the output. So now you can see all the output removed. Similarly, if you click on this icon, so it will execute all the cells. This is the view option, and you can hide the line number, command numbers, and if you want to show table of content, so you have all the option. You can also create dashboard from this notebook. We will see later how to create the dashboard from the notebook. So with the help of edit option, you can cut your cell, copy and paste also, and you have an option for find and replace. Now in the file menu, you can make a clone of this notebook. You can rename this notebook. You can move this notebook into the another location, and also you can export this notebook in a DBC archive, source file and HTML format. You can also integrate this notebook from any Git repository. So currently Git is not linked, but I will show you later how to integrate any kind of repository. And now go to compute and click on development cluster, and guys, here you can see this is the notebook attached to this cluster. Great. So in this video we have learned about notebook. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video we are going to look at how you can work with third-party libraries in Databricks. So guys, with the help of library, you can work with any kind of third-party libraries, and that library will be available at notebook or at your cluster level. Libraries can be written in Python, Scala, Java and R language. You have two options to install libraries in the Databricks. The first option, you can upload your libraries, and the another option is you can directly install your library from PyPy, Maven and CRAN repositories. You can also manage library using the Databricks CLI or the REST API. You can install libraries in the three modes. The first mode is at the workspace level, the second one is at the cluster level, and the third one is at the notebook level. So let's see the first one, that is workspace libraries. So workspace library might be custom code created by your organization, or might be particular version of an open source library that your organization has standardized on. The second one is the cluster libraries. So cluster libraries can be used by all the notebooks running on a cluster, and you can install a cluster library directly from a public repositories, for example Maven, PyPy and from the CRAN repository. And the third one is the notebook scoped library. So you can install library or create environment scoped to a notebook session. That means this is the library won't be accessible in the another notebook. Now let me take you on the workspace and I will show you how you can install third-party libraries. So guys, in the left hand side we have a workspace option. Now let's click on workspace and here we have a option library. Click on it. As I told you, we can upload the library, we can install the library from the DBFS, and PyPy, Maven, Cran are the public external repository. Now let's click on PyPy and here we are going to install scikit-learn library, and this is the library generally we used in our data science assignments. Now let's click on create. Now guys, let's click on this checkbox and finally click on install. Guys, please note it may take few seconds. Now we can see libraries got installed, and now let's click on workspace and here we can see we have a scikit-learn library. Now let's go back to Hello World notebook and we will see whether we can access these libraries. Now let's import random forest classifier from this scikit-learn library. Press shift enter and we got the output. That means this is the library got installed at the workspace level. Now go back to workspace and let's delete this library. Click on move to trash. Click on confirm. Now once you delete this library, then let's go back to compute. Click on development cluster, go to libraries and let's select this checkbox and click on uninstall. Click on confirm, uninstall pending. Now let's go to cluster again and restart this cluster. Now server got restarted. Now we can see we don't have any kind of libraries. Now let me show you how you can install the library at the cluster level. So let's click on install new option and click on PyPy and then specify the package and click on install. The status is pending. It may take few seconds. We got the message library got installed here. That means this library will be available in all the notebooks. Now let's go back to Hello World notebook. Now let me show you how you can install the library at the notebook level. So let's use the command sh then pip install Scrappy. So Scrappy is another Python library. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, now we can see installation has been started and it got successfully ended. Now let's import Scrappy class here and we have loaded the Scrappy class in this notebook. Guys, please note this is the library won't be accessible in the another notebook because the scope of this library limited to this notebook only. Great. So in this video we have learned about the libraries. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at how you can integrate GitHub with the Databricks repos. So Databricks repos provides repository level integration with Git providers. You can develop any code in the Azure Databricks notebook and later you can sync it with remote Git repository. Databricks repos allow you to clone your remote repo, managing branches, pushing and pulling changes, and you can also comparing difference while you commit your code. And the Git server must be accessible from the Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks support below Git providers, for example GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, Azure DevOps, AWS, Code Commit and GitHub AE. Now let's go back to workspace. Now let's click on this option and in the right hand side we have an option to add repo. Now let's click on this add repo, and guys, here first we have to specify Git repository, Git provider and the repo name. I have already repo, so in this GitHub you can see I have a 8 repository, and in this video we are going to use Databricks repository into repos feature. But before that we have to create personal token into the GitHub. So in the right hand side, let's click on this drop down arrow and click on settings. Now let's scroll down, and here we have option developer settings. Click on it and then we landed on this page. In this page we have a 3 option: GitHub apps, OAuth apps and personal access token. Click on personal access token and click on generate new token. Now let's give the password. Now click on generate new token, and first we have to specify token name here. So let's give the name Databricks and it will be expire in 30 days. Now let's select all the options here and click on generate token. Now let's copy this token, go back to Databricks. At bottom we have a settings. Click on users settings. Under user settings we have a access token Git integration. Click on Git integration and click on change setting here. Provide email address and then provide the token. Click on save. Now let's go back to repos again. Click on add repo. Let's provide Git repository URL. For that, go to Databricks, copy this URL, paste it here. Git provided automatically populated. Similarly, repo name automatically fetched. Click on create. Now guys, here we can see we have a Databricks repo, and inside this repo we have a 2 folders, notebooks and readme. Let's verify. So here we have a 2 folders, notebook and readme. Now let's add one more notebook here. Click on this drop down and click on notebook, and let's call it repo test. Default language should be Python and cluster is development. Click on create. Write some code here. Print hi. Now I want to push this notebook into this repository. So let's click on main, and guys, here we can see one changed file, and this is the repo test file has been added. Provide commit message here. So let's add the comment here, and this is the option will be enabled. Click on commit and push. We got the message successfully committed. Go to Databricks repo. Now let's click on notebooks, and guys, here we can see repo test Python file. That means our repos successfully integrated. Similarly, if I want to delete this file, so let's go to repos again and then click on delete. Click on confirm and delete. Now I have to push these changes into my repository. So we got the message here. This is the file got removed. Now let's click on commit and push. We got successfully committed message. Now let's go to notebooks again, and guys, here the file got deleted. Now let's click on history, and guys, in the history we can see we have committed these changes 30 seconds ago. We can also pull the changes here. Let's click on this pull button, and once you click on the confirm, all the changes will become into this repo. Let's cancel it. Great. So in this video we have learned what is repo and how to integrate with the GitHub. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at what is DBFS or Databricks file system. So guys, Databricks file system is a distributed file system mounted into an Azure Databricks workspace and available on Azure Databricks cluster. That means all the data will be stored in your Azure Blob Storage, and those data will be available on your cluster. As I said, all the data will be stored on the Azure Blob Storage. So DBFS is an abstraction on top of scalable Azure object storage and offers the following benefits. So generally, if you want to access Azure Blob Storage, we generally need access key and secrets key, but in the DBFS we don't need any kind of credentials. Similarly, we don't need to provide storage URL. Instead, we can use the directory structure. And guys, always remember, all the files will be stored in the Azure Blob Storage, so you won't lose any data once you terminate your cluster. Default storage location is DBFS root, and several type of data are stored under DBFS root. For example, file storage, where all the imported data files, plots, uploaded libraries will be stored under file store directory. Similarly, if you want to access sample public dataset, so you have a folder Databricks-datasets. All the results will be saved under Databricks-results. If we want to give any kind of init scripts while creation of our cluster, so all the init scripts will be saved under Databricks-init folder, and all the data and metadata for non-external Hive tables will be stored under warehouse folder. Now let me show you DBFS root folder first. So let's go back to workspace, and in the left hand side we have a data option. Let's click on this, and guys, here we can see we have a DBFS option. So as I said, we have a file store folder, we have a special folder, that is the MNT. I will explain you how to mount your any kind of blob storage. And then we have a users directory, and under user directory we have a Hive folder and the warehouse folder, and these are the managed table that I have created earlier. So all the metadata related information is stored under warehouse folder. Now if you want to upload some local files, so you have an option upload here, and you can select any file and upload here. I will cover in the next section how you can upload the files under the DBFS and how to create the tables. Now let me show you how to access folders and files in the notebook. So here we can see we have a DBFS notebook, and first we are going to use the command, that is the file system. With the help of ls command we can list all the directories here. Let's run this command, and guys, here you can see all the directories. Now let me show you what is inside Databricks -dataset. So let's run the command ls Databricks -datasets, and guys, these are the sample database that you can use for your practice. Similarly, if I want to see the folders and file inside my file store, so this is the command. I can get all the folders and files. Similarly, we can see what is inside my users folder. Great. So in this video we have learned about what is DBFS and where the data is stored. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video we are going to look at what are Databricks utilities, and sometimes we call DBUTILS. So guys, Databricks utils or DBUTILS make it easy to perform powerful combination of tasks. We will see what kind of task we can perform with the help of DBUTILS. You can use the DBUTILS to work with object storage efficiently, and also we can parameterize our notebooks. We can also work with the secrets with the help of DBUTILS. DBUTILS are not supported outside of notebooks. So guys, in the Databricks we have a data utilities, FS, jobs, library utilities, notebook, secrets, widgets, and API libraries. We will explore data and widgets library in detail in our later videos, and in this video we are going to cover file system utilities, jobs, libraries, and notebooks. So let's go back to Databricks. Now we have a notebook, that is DBUTILS, and first we are going to see how many utilities are available in the Databricks. So guys, we have a command to list all the available utilities, dbutils.help. Let's run this command, and now we can see we have the number of utilities is available. For example, credentials, data, FS, jobs, library, meta, notebook, preview, secrets, and widgets. Now let me show you how many commands is available for that particular utility. So here let's pick one utility, that is FS. So let's copy this command, paste it here, and let's add fs dot. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, now you can see with the help of fs utility you can mount your storage. There is a fs utilities. For example, you can copy one file to the another location, you can create the folders, you can move the files, you can put the files, and also you can delete the files and folders. Similarly, if I want to see how many commands is available for my notebook, so let's go ahead and run this command, and now guys, we can see in the notebook utility we have a two command, exit and run. Now guys, and I want to see the help for that particular command. For example, we have a utility fs, and in the fs we have a command ls. So it will print the help for command ls, and guys, this is the syntax we can use with the help of ls. Similarly, if I want to get help for mkdis command, so this kind of syntax we need to follow. Great. Now guys, first we are going to explore fs utilities. So first let's create the folder, and we are going to create the folder into temp directory, and let's call it folder 1. Go ahead and run this command. We got an output true, that means this is the folder got created into this location. Now let's create the another folder, that is folder 2. Now we will go to DBFS and we will verify if we have a two folders. So here we can see we have a folder 1 and 2. Now we are going to create a file, and we will put the file into folder 1. For that we have to use the put command here guys, and with the help of put command, this is the file hello world underscore db.txt file will be created, and inside this file these are the content will be written. Let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, we got an output written 18 bytes. Now I want to see the content of this file, so we have another command, that is dbutils fs dot head, and let's give the path here, and let's run this cell, and guys, here you can see we have got the output. Now let me move this file from one location to the another location. So we have a command dbutils fs dot mv. So here we have to specify source file location and then destination location guys. So let's change it to folder 2. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and now we got output true. Now my file should be moved from folder 1 to folder 2. In a folder 1 there is no file now, but in the folder 2 I got my text file. Similarly, if I want to copy file from one folder to the another folder, so now we are making copy from folder 2 to folder 1. So let's go ahead and run this cell. We got output true. Just see the files, and now in the folder 1 we can see the files, and also we have a file in folder 2. Now let me remove the file For remove the file, we have a command rm. So let's specify the location and run this cell. Again we got output. Go to DBFS. Now guys, we have deleted the file from the folder 2. Great. Now let me show you the next utility, that is the library utility guys. So with the help of library utilities, first we can see how many libraries is available in this notebook. So guys, we have a command dbutils.library.list. Let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, currently this is deprecated. Either we can use the pip command to install notebook scope Python libraries. Now let me show you how you can install the library with the help of library utilities. Let's copy this command, and here we have a install pypy library, and here we are going to install the Python library, that is torch. Go ahead and run this cell. Now guys, we got a output true. So guys, in our earlier command we got nothing. Now let's rerun this list command, and now guys, we can see the torch library is available for this notebook. Similarly guys, we can install scikit-learn library for that particular version. So let's go ahead and run this command. Now we got output true. Again let's run the list command, and guys, here you can see the scikit-learn and the torch library is available for this notebook. Let me show you guys another thing. This is the cluster, and in this cluster currently we have so many libraries, but when I use my list command, so I am getting only 2 libraries, because the libraries utility will be available only for this notebook, not for the cluster level. Alright, now let me show you how you can use the another utility, that is the run. So guys, with the help of run utility, you can run the another notebook. So how we can do that? So let's write dbutils.notebook, and here we have a command, that is run. In the run method, we have to specify the notebook path. So guys, this is the notebook is available in module 2 setup, and the next parameter we have to pass the timeout. So let's say 60 seconds. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. So guys, with the help of notebook.run command, this is the notebook you can execute. So guys, here you can see this is the notebook job has been created, and this is got executed. Now let's click on this notebook, and you can see you got a output. Great. So guys, in this video we have learned what are the Databricks utilities or DBUTILS. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to see what are widgets in Databricks. So guys, with the help of widgets we can pass parameter to our notebook and dashboard. And Databricks widgets are best when we re-execute our notebook and dashboard with the different parameters. And also we get quick results of a single query with the different parameters. There are 4 types of widgets we can create. The first one is the text input. The second one is the drop down. Next one is combo box, and the last one is multi select. Now we are going to explore each of these widgets in our notebook. So let's go back to workspace. So guys, the first widgets is the text widgets, and with the help of dbutils.widgets.text method we can create the text widget. In this method, first we have to pass widget name, and then we have to specify default value. Right now I am not giving any default value. Let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, here we can see we got the text widgets. Now if you want to specify some default text, so you can simply fill the default text and rerun this cell. And guys, here you can see we have the text widget with the default text. Next widget is the drop down widgets, and with the help of widgets drop down method we can create the drop down list. Similarly, first we have to specify the name here. This is the default value, and this is the value we want to see in my drop down. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, here you can see we have a drop down widgets and it has a two element 1 and 2, and the default value I have given, that is the 2. Similarly, you can specify any kind of text also. The next widget is the combo box. So widgets has a method combo box. First we have to specify the name. This is the default value and these are the value we want to populate in my combo widgets. Let's run this cell and we got the combo widget here, and here you can see all the different values. Now the next one is multi-select widgets, and guys, with the help of multi-select method we can get multi-options widgets. First we have to specify the name. This is the default value and these are the multi values we can provide. Let's run this cell, and guys, here you can see we got the multi-selects widgets. Alright, now we have seen different widgets type. Now let me show you how you can retrieve the value from all these widgets. For that we have a method widgets.get, and in the get method we have to specify widgets name. So now let me give text widget first, and we got the value here, that is the text. Now let me select multi-selects widgets. Let's run this cell and we have the value India and US. Similarly, you can get the value from the combo widget and drop down widgets. Now guys, with the help of remove all method we can remove all the widgets. Now let me run this command, and at the top you can see all the widgets got deleted. Now let me show you the another notebook, that is my widgets SQL. As I told you earlier, we can create the widgets in the SQL also. So guys, here you can see this is the SQL notebook, and now we are going to see how we can create our text widget first. So we have a command create widget text, and then we have to specify widget name, and this is the default value. Let's run this command and we got my text widget. Similarly, if I want to create drop down widget, so we have a command create widget. This is the widget type, this is the name of the widget, this is the value, and this is the choice. Guys, always remember we have to provide the values in the form of SQL. So here we are giving two drop down values, select 1 and select 2. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, here we got the drop down widgets. Similarly, we have a combo box widgets. This is the widgets type and this is the name. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and we got combo widgets here. And the last one is the multi select widget. Similarly, we can specify choice here 1 and 2, and this is what my default value. Let's run this cell, and we got multi selects widget here. So here you can select multiple values, and now how we can get the widgets value. So guys, in order to fetch the widget value in the SQL, we have to use get argument method, and with the help of this method you can get all the values. So first let me get the value from the combo widgets. So currently it has no value. Now let me select 2 here. Let me rerun this method, and we got the output. Similarly, you can get the value for drop down, multi select, and the text widget also. And the last one is how to remove widgets here. So we have a command remove widgets, and then we have to specify name here. So let me show you how you can remove drop down widgets here. Let's run this command, and we can see the drop down widgets has been removed. Great. So in this video we have learned about the widgets. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video we are going to see what is job and how to create the jobs inside Databricks. So guys, a job is a easy way to run non-interactive code in a Databricks cluster. So guys, what does it mean of non-interactive? So with the help of notebook we can write the code, and we can immediately test our code when we run our cell. But guys, if you want to schedule it that code and it should run in the background, so that is the meaning of non-interactive code. For example, you can run ETL workload interactively or on a schedule. Your job can consist of a single task or it can be large multitask workflow with the complex dependencies. Databricks manage the task orchestration, cluster management, monitoring and error reporting for all your jobs. What are the features of the Databricks jobs, guys? You can specify the type of task to run. In the type drop down, you can create the job from the notebooks, jar, Spark Submit, Python or pipeline. You can pass parameter for your task. Each task type has different requirements for formatting and passing the parameters. You can also specify email alerts if something goes wrong, so admin should be notified. The next one is you can control the permission level of the job with the help of edit permission in the job details panel. And finally, in Databricks, you have a feature of job scheduling also. So guys, I hope now you understand what is the job, and now I will show you how you can set up your first job. So let's go back to Databricks, and guys, first we have to create our notebook, and notebook will contain your runnable code. For example, we have a notebook and the name is job example, and in this notebook we have a code that will fetching the record from the REST API, and then we are saving all the data into baby names.csv file, and afterwards we are reading the data from the baby names.csv. We are creating the temporary view, and then we are fetching all the columns, and finally we are displaying the data. Guys, don't worry if you don't understand the code at this moment. We are going to explore all these things in our later videos. So now in the left hand side we can see we have a workflow option. Now let's click on workflow, and then you have to click on create job. The first we have to specify task name, so let's call it first job. Next one, we have to specify the type. So guys, we have a different type, for example notebook, jar, Spark Submit, Python and the Delta Live tables pipeline. We have runnable code into our notebooks, so let's select notebook here. The next one is the source, so we can select the workspace, and also we have an option for git repository. Let's select the workspace as of now. Next we have to provide the path here, so let's select notebook path. Let's select job example notebook, and the next one is the cluster information, guys. So here we have a two cluster, job cluster and the all purpose cluster. Ideally when we create any job, so we should select the job cluster. Let's select this job cluster, and also let's click on edit, and later you can modify its configuration. Let's select the single node here. Runtime would be 10.4, that is fine, and then click on confirm. We can also pass the parameter in the form of key and value, and we have a advanced option also, add dependent libraries. Let's click on it. So guys, if your job requires some kind of library, so you can add the dependent library from this option. Let's close it. You can also edit notification from this option, and now we are good to create our first job. Let's click on create. Now guys, we got a message here, successfully created job, and now in the right hand side we have a job ID. This is the creator information. Next one is the git, so currently git is not configured. We can also schedule this notebook. If you make a selection on scheduled, so you can run this notebook every day at 5 am, and this is the type is UTC format. If you want to see what is the cron syntax for this scheduling, so this is the option you can select. Now let's click on save. So we have added the scheduler here. Next you can configure your cluster information with the help of this thing. Let's click on this notification, and you can specify email address if my job is getting started on the success and failures. Let's cancel this option as of now. You can also specify the permission to the other users, and at the group level, let's cancel it. And the next attribute is maximum concurrent runs. So with the help of this option, you can run multiple jobs concurrently. Alright, we can run this job immediately if you click on the run now. So let's click on this option. So we got a message triggered run 502. Go to job here guys, and now guys we can see the status is running. This is my job ID, this is my notebook, and this is my cluster information. And if I want to cancel, so we have an option to cancel and delete this job. Now let's click on this job, and now guys we can see this job status is pending, and here we can see how many jobs is running, and at the bottom you can see the complete jobs status. Now let's click on this matrix. So here guys you can see the status is running now. Let's click on this job and let's come to table again, and now guys we can see status has got completed. Now let's click on this job, and guys here you can see the logs, and if you want to hide the code, so only the logs can be displayed. If you want to see the logs, so guys let's click on this logs information, and you will be landed on the driver logs page. Go to job again guys, go to first job, and guys let's suppose your job is expecting some kind of parameter, so you have an option to run this notebook with the different parameter. You can also delete this job. If you want to see the JSON of the jobs, so you have an option, and you can see all the config related information in the form of JSON, and you also make a clone of this job. Alright guys, so in this demo I have explained what is job and how to create a job using the workflow option in Databricks. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. In this video, we will learn about Metastore, and also I will show you how you can set up external Metastores with the help of SQL Server. Now what is Metastores? So Metastore is nothing but information about your data. For example, it stores your database information, table information, column information, data type information, and so on. So every Databricks has a central Hive Metastore, and that is accessible by all the cluster. And you can also set up external Hive Metastore in the Databricks. But now the question arises, what is the need of the external Metastore? So guys, let's suppose you have a two workspace, and you have created one database in the workspace 1, and you want to use that database into second workspace, but that is not possible without external Metastore. So guys, with the help of external Metastore, you can access the database information across workspace. Now let me show you where the Metastore information got stored in the Databricks first. So let's go back to Databricks, and guys first let's click on cluster, go to apps, and we have to launch web terminal. So click on launch web terminal. We will be landed on the terminal console, and here we have to execute the command cat databricks/hive/conf/hive-site.xml. Let's press the enter. Now let's go up, and guys here we can see by default Databricks is storing all the metadata information into MariaDB, and this is the URL. Now in order to set up external Hive Metastore, we would be needed SQL Server. So let's go to Azure portal, and first we have to create SQL Server. First let's select Azure subscription, select my Udemy resource group, and here we have to specify server name. So let's call it DBUTILS. All the validation got passed here. Now let's scroll down, and in the authentication method we have to use SQL authentication, and let's give the admin login, give the password here, and click on networking. Now it says allow Azure services and resource to access this server. Let's say yes and click on additional setting. In this page let's go with start free trial and click on next. Click on next. Now let's scroll down and click on create. In the right hand side it is saying initializing deployment, and now we got the message deployment is in progress. It will take few minutes to up and running SQL server. Now we got the message your development is complete. Click on go to resource. Now it's time to create database. So in the left hand side we have an option SQL database. So let's click on create database. Let's specify enter database name. So let's call it Udemy database. Now let's scroll down and click on configure database. Now in this screen we have to select serverless option and then click on apply. Now let's scroll down backup storage. So let's select the first option and click on networking. Click on next, click on next, click on next, click on review plus create. Now let's scroll down, and once you verify all the options, click on create. Now deployment is in progress. Let's wait for some time. Now deployment got completed. Click on go to resource. Now in the left hand side we have a query editor. Click on it and it is asking login name and password. So provide the password name here. Click on OK. We got the error message cannot open DBUTILS requested by the login. So click on allow IP on server DBUTILS. We got the message successfully updated servers firewall rules. Now click on OK. And now guys, in the left hand side we have a table, views and stored procedures, and now we logged in into the SQL Server database. So till now we have set up SQL Server database. So guys, in this video I am going to demonstrate how to access database across workspace. For that I have a two workspace. One is my training and another one is training 33 workspace. And now let's go to Databricks portal, and first we have to create cluster. Guys, please remember, if you want to set up external Metastore, then we have to use the runtime 7.3. So let's give the name Metastore demo, cluster mode single node. Now let's scroll down, termination after 10 minutes, and let's click on advanced option. So guys, now we have to specify Spark properties to connect with MS SQL, and we have this property connection driver name, connection URL, connection username and connection password. And the high Metastore version we are going to use 0.13. Now we have to change this connection URL. So let's go back to Azure, click on SQL servers, click on SQL database. In the left hand side we have a connection string. Click on JDBC and let's copy this URL. Paste it here. Now let's copy all this property, go to Databricks and paste it here. Now let's go ahead and create cluster. Similarly, we have to create another cluster into training 33 workspace. Click on this workspace and we have to log in from the same user. Now we landed on training 33 workspace, and let's create the cluster here. Let's call it Metastore demo. Mode would be single node, runtime would be 7.3, termination after 10 minutes. Click on advanced option, and similarly we have to specify same properties. So let's copy all the properties, paste it here. Click on create cluster. So now we have a one cluster inside my training workspace, and similarly another cluster into training 33 workspace. Alright, Metastore underscore demo cluster is up and running in my training workspace. Now let's go to workspace, click create new notebook. Let's call it external Metastore, and we are going to use Metastore underscore demo cluster. Click on create. So first let's create database and let's call it Metastore underscore demo underscore DB. Let's go ahead and run this cell. We got the output OK. Now let's go to SQL Server database and let's log in into SQL Server. And now let's click on tables, and we can see all the metadata tables created here. Click on tables, click on DBs, And guys, here we can see we have Metastore underscore demo underscore DB. Great. Now let's go to another workspace. Let's start this cluster. Now this cluster up and running. Now let's go to workspace, click on users. Let's create the notebook and let's call it external Metastore. Click on create. Now first let's run the command show databases. And guys, here we can see this is the Metastore underscore demo underscore DB. I can see here. Now let's go to the first workspace and go to external Metastore. Now let's create one table here. Create table Metastore underscore demo underscore dbl, and it has a one column and type is the string, and this is the delta table. And now we have created one table Metastore underscore demo underscore tbl. Let's go ahead and run this command. This table got executed. Now let's run the command. Select star from table name, and it doesn't have any records. Now let's copy this command, go back to another workspace, and first select the database, run this command, and then run show tables command. And guys, this is the table got created into the default database. Now let's go back to another workspace and select the default database and then run the command show tables. Now let me check its description. So we have a command dsc, and guys, we got the error, and now it says DBFS user and slash hive slash warehouse metadata underscore demo underscore table doesn't exist. Alright, so guys, in the next video I will demonstrate how we can solve this error. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, and welcome to new module. And now we will see what is we are going to cover into this module. So first we will see what is RDD. Next we will see how we can create the RDDs. Then after we will see what is RDD transformation. Next we will see what is RDD Actions, what is RDD Joins. Next we will see what is pair RDD. Next we will see how we can create broadcast variables. Next we will see what is accumulators. In the next video we will see how we can convert RDD to DataFrame. Next I will show you how you can import and read the data into Databricks. Next I will show you how you can create a table from the user interface, and in the last video we will see how we can create a table using notebook. Great. So from the next video we will see what is RDD. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to cover Spark Basic. Spark framework has been developed in the year of 2011, and the first API that has been introduced, that is the RDD. In the 2013, the next API comes into the picture, that is the DataFrame, and in the 2015, the another API has been come up, that is the datasets. Let's understand what is the RDD. So the RDD means resilient distributed dataset, and RDD is the fundamental data structure of Spark stored in the memory of cluster. That means Spark support in-memory objects. Spark has distributed collection of JVM objects, and it supports functional operators, for example map, flat map, filter, etc. Now let's see RDD features. Now the first feature of RDD, that is the partition, and partitioning is the fundamental unit of parallelism in Spark RDD. Each partition is one logical division of data. Now the next feature is in-memory. Spark RDDs have a provision of in-memory computation. It stores intermediate results in the distributed memory. So guys, in the Spark you can store your data in memory and in the hard disk. and by default all the results is stored in the in-memory. RDDs are the immutable objects. That means you cannot modify the RDDs, and because of its immutable nature, data will be safe to share across process. Now the next feature is fault tolerance. Spark RDD are the fault tolerant as they track data lineage information to rebuild lost data automatically on failures. Now let's see when we should use RDD. If we want to apply low level transformation in action, then we should go with RDD. If our data is unstructured, such as social media data or a stream of text, then we should use RDD. Next, if we want to manipulate our data with functional programming construct, then we need to use RDD. And if we don't need any kind of schema or table structure, then we can go ahead with the RDD. Now let's see what kind of operation supported by RDD. Now the first operation is transformation, and transformation means you can convert your data in one form into the another form, and it takes RDD as input and creates RDD as output. All transformation in Spark are lazy in that they do not compute their results right away. Map, filter, flat map are the example of transformation, and RDD has two kind of transformation. The first one is narrow transformation and another one is wide transformation. Map, flat map and filter are the example of narrow transformation, and group by key, reduce by key and the join operation are the example of wide transformation. Guys, please remember, in the narrow transformation there is no shuffling, but in the wide transformation shuffling will be happen on the network. Now next operation is action. So actions will return results of RDD computations and count, collect. These are the example of actions. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at how we can create RDD using the parallelize function, using the text file, using the whole text file function, and also we will see how to create empty RDD and empty RDD with the partition. Now let's go back to workspace, and guys, this is the create RDD notebook, and first we are going to see how we can create RDD using the parallelize method. Now let's define some list here. For example, John, Aditya, Ray, and now we are going to use Spark context. So we have two methods of using the Spark context. The first one is SC object, and with the help of SC object you can call parallelize method, and also you have a Spark context object, and here we can call the parallelize method. Now let's pass these names here. Now let's call it names underscore RDD. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, this statement got executed. Now let's see what is inside names underscore RDD, and we can see this is the parallel collection RDD, and if I want to see what is inside my RDD, then we have a method collect. Now let's print the elements here, and guys, we got the output John, Aditya and Ray are the elements for this RDD. Now if I want to see what is the number of partition has been created for this RDD, so we have a method names RDD dot get num partition. Now let's run this command, and guys, we can see we have a 4 partition here. Now let me tell you
why this is giving you 4 partition. So now let's go to compute section, go to development cluster, and guys, here you should notice in this cluster we have only 4 cores, and this is why we are getting number of partition is 4. Great. Now the next method is the text file method. So let's use sc.textfile, and here we have to specify DBFS location. So we have already placed some files there. Now let's go to this location. Let's copy this location, go back to RDD, paste it here. Now let's give the name here RDD text file. Let's go ahead and run this cell. Now let's see the data, and guys, we have a hello world text inside this file. Similarly, if I want to read whole text file inside my RDD folder, for that we have to use sc.whole text files, and in this method we have to provide folder location. Now let's use the same name, run this cell, and then check the content. And now here we can see, guys, the first one is the location of the file, that is, and this is the content, and this is the second file, and this is the text inside this file. Now let me show you how you can create empty RDD. For that we have a method spark context dot empty RDD. Let's call it empty RDD. Run this cell, and let's see the data. RDD dot collect method here, and we got the empty list. And similarly, if I see get number of partition, and now we can see we have a 0 partition. And now let me show you how you can create empty RDD with partition. So we have a method spark context dot parallelize method here, and in this method we are going to pass empty Python list, and the number of partition is 5. Now let's say RDD partition. Let's run this cell, check the content in this RDD, and guys, we have an empty RDD. And similarly, let's check number of partition. Run this cell, and guys, we can notice we have an empty RDD with 5 partition. Great. So in this video we have seen how to create RDD using the different methods. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, guys. In our last video we have learned what is RDD transformation and what are narrow and wide transformation, and in this video we are going to see some of the transformation. For example, map, flat map, filter, distinct, union, intersection, map partition, zip with unique ID, repartition, and callsec transformation. So now let's go back to workspace. Now we have a RDD transformation notebook. In this notebook we are going to start from the map transformation. Now what is map transformation? So guys, if you apply map transformation on any kind of RDD and dataset, so it will return same number of elements in the distributed dataset. For example, here you can see we have a Python list, and in this Python list we have a 2 elements, James and Smith, and with the help of map transformation you can convert all the elements into the uppercase. Now let me show you how. So first let's define Python list here. Next we are using parallelize method, and we have passed this Python list into this method, and we will get RDD. Next let me define my upper case method, and in this method let's take a parameter p underscore data, and I'm using p dot upper method. and it will convert all the letters into the uppercase. Now I have to call this method. So we have a method rdd dot map. Next we are calling map method, and in this method we have to call my uppercase function. It will return new RDD. So let's call it RDD1 here, and then let's see the elements. Now we can see, guys, our input was in camel case and we have converted all the letters into the uppercase. Next transformation is flat map transformation, and with the help of flat map transformation you can flatten all the elements. Let me show you. And guys, we have a input, and input is the array of text element, and with the help of flat map transformation we will flatten all the text, and in the output we can see we have flattened all the elements and all the elements are in single row. Now let me show you how you can achieve with the help of flat map transformation. So first let's define the data, and we have created RDD from the parallelize method. Next we have defined my flat map function, and we are splitting all the text from the space. Now we are calling my flat map function from the flat map API, and finally let's see the result. Let's run this cell, and guys, now we can see we have flattened all this array of text. Great. Next transformation is filter transformation. So with the help of filter transformation you can filter out the data from the source data set. For example, if I want to get only adventurous text from this RDD, then we can apply filter transformation here. Let me show you how. For that we have to apply filter method on this RDD, and in this example we are going to see how we can use the lambda expression in the filter method. So this is the lambda x, and if the elements value is adventurous then it will stored into RDD underscore filter object. And now let's see the result. Run this command, and guys, here we can see we have a two elements, that is adventurous, because we have filtered out the data from this RDD. Next is the distinct transformation, and with the help of distinct transformation we can remove duplicate values from the RDD. Now let's use distinct method on the RDD underscore filter object, and then see the data here. And guys, now we have removed the duplicate values from the RDD underscore filter object. Next transformation is the union transformation, and with the help of union transformation we can combine two RDD and it will result the combined data set, and it is very similar to union function in math operations. Now let me show you how we can achieve the union transformation in PySpark. And here we can see we have a two list. One is the text element and another one is the integer value, and we have created two RDD, and then we are combining two RDD with the help of union transformation, and this is the combined data set. Now let's print the result, and guys, here we got combined RDD. Next transformation is intersection, and it will return common elements that found in both the data set. Now let me show you how you can use intersection here. Now let's copy this RDD, paste it here, and let's copy James here, paste it here, and guys, here we can see we have a gems element in the data in the data 1, and then we are calling intersection method, and it will return common element from these two sources. Let's print the result here, run this cell, and we got the output, that is the gems. Next transformation is map partition transformation, and it is very similar to map but execute transformation function on each partition, and it will give better performance than the map function. Now let me show you how you can use map partition transformation. And in this transformation we have a array of elements here, and then we have created the RDD. We have a reformat function, and in this function we will combine two elements and it will return the new RDD. Now here we are calling map partition function, and we are calling the reformat method here, and then let's print the output here. And guys, here we have combined two elements, James and Smith, Anna and Rose, and Robert and Williams, with the help of map partition transformation. Next transformation is zip with unique ID transformation, and with the help of zip with unique ID transformation you can assign unique number to each element. So guys, here we have a data, then we created the RDD here, and now we are calling zip with unique ID function, and we have created the new RDD here. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we can see you have a two elements, and with the each element you get the unique RDD. Next transformation is the repartition transformation, and guys, with the help of repartition method we can increase or decrease the partition of any RDD, and this is the very costly operation because it will shuffle all the data across all the nodes. Now let's first create the RDD and then check what is the number of partition. So here we can see we have a 4 partition, and now we are calling RDD dot repartition method, and let's assign the new value here. Let's call it RDD1, and then let's print the number of partition. And guys, here we can see we got the increased partition. Similarly, if you want to decrease the partition, so let's assign less number, and now we decrease the partition. Next is the callsec transformation, and with the help of callsec transformation it will help to reduce the number of partition in the data frame. Now let's copy all the code, paste it here, and now let me call callsec function, and then let's see the output. And guys, we can see we have decreased the partition here. Now let me increase the partition, go ahead and run the cell here, and guys, here you should notice callsec function, it's not able to increase the partition. It will always reduce the number of partition in the RDD or data frame. Great. So in this video we have learned what is the RDD transformation. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In our last video we have seen what is RDD transformation, and in this video we are going to look at RDD actions. Action is returning a value to the driver program once you complete your computation on the dataset. And guys, count, collect, take, top, count by value, reduce, for each, save as text file. These are the example of RDD actions. So let's go to Databricks workspace, and guys, we have a RDD action notebook, and now we are going to explore some of the action. So the first action is collect action, guys. So with the help of collect action, it returns the list of all elements of the RDD. And with the help of collect action, you can display all the contents of your RDD. So guys, we have a list of elements, and now we are using star context dot parallelize method, and we have the RDD. Now let's call the action collect and run the cell. And guys, here we can see we are getting the list of all the elements. Guys, next action is the count action, and with the help of count action you can get number of elements in your RDD. So let's call the count action and run this cell. So guys, here we can see we have total 6 elements. Alright, next action is the top action, guys. So with the help of top action returns top elements from the dataset. So let's call RDD dot top, and we want top 2 elements. Let's run this cell, guys, and here we can see we have a top 2 elements, and these are our data set. Now let me show you how top 2 will work in the case of integer data set. Now guys, we have created RDD of integers, and now if I look at this data, so my top 2 elements are 9 and 8. So let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, here we can see we got top 2 elements. Now let me pass 4, and guys, here we can see it is sending us top 4 elements. Alright, now let's go back to our original code. Let's copy this code, paste it here, and the next action is the first action, guys. So let's call rdd dot first, run the cell, and guys, it is returning our first element. Now the next action is the take action, guys. So with the help of take action you can get n number of elements from the RDD. So let's call the action take. Let's pass parameter 3, run this cell, and guys, we got 3 elements from this RDD. Now let me pass the number 5, and here we got a 5 elements. So guys, reduce action takes 2 elements for the RDD and operators. For example, if we want to add all the elements from the given RDD, then we can use the reduce action. So guys, please note, reduce action will be applicable for integer, float and double data type. So let's go back and let's create the RDD for integer data type. Now we got a RDD here. Now let me change its value. Now we have 1 2 3 4. Now guys, I'm calling reduce action here, then I need to use lambda, and guys, it will take 2 elements, so we have to add 2 elements x and y, and now we are just adding these 2 elements in this expression. So guys, first it will take these 2 elements and it will sum, the result will be 3, then 3 will be the output, and again it will take this parameter, so 3 plus 3 is 6, and again 6 plus 4 would be 10. And now guys, this expression will return integer value, so let's call it sum, and finally let's print the sum variable. So guys, we got a output 10. Now guys, next action is save as text file. So you can save the content of the RDD into destination location. So let's use rdd dot save as text file, and we are writing the output into this location. Go ahead and run this cell. Now it got executed. Let's go back to data DBFS, and guys, here we can see we have a output 2 and all the text file got saved. Alright, now next action is the minimum. So let's call the action minimum, run this cell, and guys, we have the minimum value is 1. Similarly, we have a maximum action, so let's call maximum action also, and we have the maximum element is 4. Now guys, next action is count by value. For that, let me create the RDD, and now let me call RDD dot count by value. Go ahead and run this cell. So guys, here we can see for one integer we have only one value, so that's why value is 1. Similarly, two elements comes only 1. Similarly, we have a 3 is one time only, and similarly 4 is for one time only. Now let me add 1 and 4 here. Run this cell again guys, and now we can see 1 comes twice because 1 is here and 1 is here, and similarly 4 comes twice because 4 is here and 4 is here. So that is the count by value. Now guys, the next action is for each, and with the help of for each action you can iterate the RDD elements here. So how we can use the for each action? So we have to use RDD dot for each, and we have to pass function here. So let's give the function name. Now we have to define count function, and it will accept the elements. And guys, we can iterate the each element, and also we can perform any kind of operation. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, you can perform any kind of operation in your for each action. Great. So guys, now we have seen what is RDD action, and we have covered some of the actions, and I hope guys now you understood how RDD works. So that's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
In this video, we are going to look at what is join operation in RDDs. In a Spark, we can join the RDD with the help of inner join, left outer join, right outer join, and full outer join. Now the first join is inner join. So with the help of inner join, you can find matching value in both the RDDs. Now let me explain you with the help of example. Let's say you have a RDD1, and in this RDD you have a three elements, and the first element is employee ID and the second element is employee name. So we have a 101 James, 102 Anna, and 103 Roberts set of data. Similarly, we have a RDD2, and in the RDD2 we have a employees department information. For example, the first element is employee ID and the second element is department name. So 101 is the employee ID and the IT is the department. Similarly, 104 is the employee ID and the sales is the employee department. Now, if I perform inner join on these two RDDs, so I can see we have a common ID, that is 101, and in the output it will combine the values James and IT. Now let's go back to notebook and we will see how inner join works. Now we have a notebook, that is RDD join, and in this notebook we have a two RDD, RDD1 and RDD2. Now let's call RDD1 dot join method, and let's pass RDD2 here. Let's call it join underscore RDD, and then let's print the output. So we have a join underscore RDD and call collect action here. Go ahead and run the cell, and now guys, we got the common element in both the RDD with the help of join operation. Now we will see what is the left outer join. So left join returns all the elements from the left RDD and the matching records from the right RDD. We have a similar example. We have a RDD1 that will contain the employee information, and we have a RDD2 that will contain the employees department information. So we will consider the RDD1 will be the left RDD and the RDD2 will be the right RDD. So guys, once we apply the left outer join on these two data set, then we will get all the elements
from the left RDD. So we have a 3 elements in the RDD1. So in the output also you will get the 3 elements, and if no common elements found in the RDD2, then it will add the none value. So we can see here 102 is missing in the RDD2, so we got the none value here. Similarly, for the 103, we don't have the common elements in the RDD2, so we got the none value here. But in the case of 101, so we got the IT value from the RDD2. Now let's go back to notebook and we will see how left outer join works. Let's copy the code from this cell, paste it here, and here we have to change from join to left outer join function. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, we got the output. So 102, it's not available in the data 2, that's why we got the none value here. Similarly, for 103, we don't have any common element in the RDD2, that is the right one RDD, so that's why we got the value none here. But in the 101, we have a common element in the right RDD, so we got the IT value here. Now the next join is the right outer join. Now we will understand how the right outer join works. Now guys, in the right outer join, you will get all the records from the right RDD, that is the employees department RDD, and the matching records from the left RDD. Now if we apply right outer join, and this is the output, so as I said, it will return all the elements from the right RDD, and the right RDD we have a two elements 101 and 104. So we got the two output here, but 104 it's not available in your left RDD, that's why we got the none value here. Now let's go back to notebook and we will see how it works. Now let's copy all the code here, paste it here, and now we have to call right outer join function. Go ahead and run the cell. We got the output guys, so we have a two elements 104 and 101, and we got the none value here because the 104 it's not available in your left RDD. Next join is full outer join. So full outer join returns all the records when there is a match in left RDD or right RDD records. So guys, again we have a two data set, and if we apply full outer join on these two data set, so it will return all the records from the RDD1 and from the RDD2, and in the output we can see all the elements. Now let's go back to notebook and let's copy the code, paste it here, and then call full outer join function. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we got all the elements from the RDD1 and from the RDD2. Great. So in this video we have learned how we can perform join operation in RDDs. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. Now we will look at what is pair RDD. So guys, pair RDD are nothing but key and value pair, and the first element of your RDD that would be key, and the second element of the RDD will be your value. Pair RDD are very costly operation because it shuffle the data on the network when you are applying grouping and aggregating the elements by a key. So guys, in the pair RDD we have a transformation, keys, values, sort by key, group by key, and reduce by key, and it has a action count by key, collect as map, and lookup. Now let's go back to Databricks workspace and we will see how pair RDD works. So guys, now we have a pair RDD notebook, and first we are going to create pair RDD. So guys, as I told you earlier, the first element of your RDD will be treated as a key, and the second element would be your value. So total we have a 4 values, and you can consider this is the student name and this is the student marks, and here also we can see we have a 2 entries for same key, and the key is John. So first we have defined array, and then we are going to create the RDDs. Next, let me show you how you can get all the keys. So let's call the method keys and then call the action, that is collect, and then let's print all the keys here. So guys, here we can see we have a key that is John, Ray, Amit and John. Now let me show you how you can retrieve the value of this pair RDD. So we have a method RDD dot values and then let's print all the values now, and here we can see we got all the pair RDD values. Now guys, next transformation we are going to see, that is group by key. So guys, with the help of group by key transformation, you can grouping the elements of each key. Now we will see what does it mean. So first copy the statement, paste it here, and then let's call the method group by key. Now let's run this cell, and now guys, in the result we can see we have only three elements. One is for Amit, one is for John and one is for Ray. But in our original RDD we are having the four elements. Now let's iterate all the elements by key. So let's create another variable, that is group key, and then we have to iterate, this is the dictionary object. Now guys, we are iterating our group key and we are taking the values in keys and values. Now let's run this cell. Now let's remove this bracket, go ahead and run this cell again. And now guys, we got the element, this is the key, it has a one element, John has a two element and Ray has a one element. And now we can see with the help of group by key, we have combined the element of each key. Alright, now next transformation is reduce by key guys. So guys, in the reduce by key, it returns a merged RDD by merging the value of each key. Alright, so how we can use the reduce by key guys? So first let's call reduce by key method. In this method we have to define lambda function, and guys, it will take two arguments x and y, and then let's add both the two elements, and finally let's call collect method. Now let's print this statement, run this cell, and guys, now we can see Amit has a 500 marks, Ray has a 300 marks, but guys, if you see the John key, so it combined these two value. So guys, with the help of reduce by key, you can apply any kind of arithmetic operation on pair RDD values. Alright, next transformation is sort by key. So guys, with the help of sort by key, you can sort RDD elements. And how it works? So let's print RDD dot sort by key and then call the collect action. Now let's print RDD also. Go ahead and run the cell. Let's correct the spelling. Go ahead and run the cell. So guys, this is the original RDD, but after applying sort by key transformation, our RDD arranged in a ascending order, and that happened because of sort by key transformation. Now guys, next transformation is map values. So it applied a map function on each value in a pair RDD without changing keys. So now what does it mean? So guys, with the help of map values, you can apply any kind of operation on its value. Now let me show you how it works. So let's call RDD dot map values. It will accept lambda function, and now guys, we are adding a value 1 in each pair RDD's values. And finally, let's call the method, that is collect, and then let's print all its elements. Go ahead and run this cell, and now guys, we can see we have added one value in all the elements. Alright, now guys, we will see pair RDD actions. So the first action is count by key. So it will return the counts of each key elements, and guys, the final results will be sending to your driver. Now let me show you how it works. So now let's call RDD dot count by key. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, it is returning dictionary object, and here John has a 2 element, Ray has a 1 element and Amit has a 1 element because it is counting by key. Alright, so next action is the lookup action guys. So it will returns a list of values from the RDD for a given key. So how it works? So let's call RDD dot lookup and here we have to pass key. So first we are specifying key is Ray and guys here we got a value that is 300. Similarly let me pass John key here and guys it has a two value 200 and 300. So you can get all the values for a given input key. Alright. Now guys, next action is collect as map and it returns a pair RDD as a map to the Spark master or driver node. So let's call RDD dot collect as map. Go ahead and run this cell. And guys, here we can see we got only one element for John, one element for Ray and one element for 500. Now let me print original RDD values. Go ahead and run this cell again guys. And now in my original RDD, two value for John, but guys, the previous value will be override from the next value for the same key. Great. So guys, in this video, we have seen what is pair RDD. We have also explored its transformation and action. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video, we are going to look at what is broadcast variables. So guys, broadcast variables are the read-only shared variable that can be cached and available on all the nodes in a cluster. So guys, what does it mean? So guys, with the help of broadcast variable, you can avoid the shuffling and we can use the broadcast variable to cache this lookup info on each machine. Now let me explain you how broadcast variable works. So guys, as I said, broadcast variable will be available in all the worker nodes. So let's suppose you have a one data frame. In that data frame, you have a employee ID, employee name, country and state. And now this is the RDD got partition on a multiple worker node. Now let's suppose you have a broadcast variable and in that broadcast variable you have an employee ID and employee name. And guys, you want to look up employee email with the help of employee code. So guys, this is the broadcast variable will be cached and available in all the worker nodes. Now let me show you how it works. So let's go back to Databricks workspace. And guys, here we can see we are going to create one RDD and in that RDD we will have employee ID, employee name, country and state. And then we are going to create a broadcast variable. And guys, in the broadcast variable, we will have employee ID and email ID. Now in the output, I want to get my email ID from this broadcast variable. So first, let's create the RDD. So now we have defined data array and now we have created the RDD. Next, we have to define this broadcast variable. So now guys, I have defined broadcast variable and this is the key and value pair. Next guys, with the help of Spark context, we have to broadcast this object and this object will be available in all your worker nodes. We have created the another variable that is broadcast emails. Next, we have defined get email function here and we are going to pass employee ID and based on employee ID, we are going to fetch its email address. Then after, we are calling the map function and guys, we have to produce the output in this format. So first it would be employee ID, then employee name, then country and then state. And guys, next we want this email ID also. For that, we have to call this get email function and in this function we have to pass employee ID. So let's pass this employee ID and now this should be my one record and then let's call the collect method and let's store the value into results object. Now let's print results. Go ahead and run this cell and now guys we can see we got our email ID with my other details. Alright, now let me show you how broadcast variable works with the data frame. For that, first we have defined data object, then we have created the RDD. Similarly, we have defined broadcast variable, then we have defined the column values, and we are calling create data frame method, and we got the data frame object. Next again we have defined the same function name, and guys, this is the output I need: first name, last name, country, state and email. And then df.rdd.map function, and again we are going to use the same code. The only difference is now we are converting this is the RDD into data frame with the help of 2df method, and we have passed the 5 columns. Let's store the value in data frame 2 and call the display function df2, and let's run this cell. And now guys, we can see we got a expected output using the data frame. Great. So guys, in this example we have seen what is broadcast variable and how we can use this variable in RDD and data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video, we will understand what is accumulators. So guys, accumulator are a global variable in a Spark application. In a real world, accumulator are used as a counter and keep to track of something at an application level. Accumulators are very similar as counter in a map reduce. Now let's try to understand how accumulator works. Let's suppose you have a RDD and it has a 3 partition. In a one partition you have a 2 records. In a second partition again you have a 2 records, and in a third partition you have a 2 records, and you have a driver node also. So guys, we can use accumulator to count how many records are available in your partition 1. So here we can see we have a 2 records, and partition 1 will update the accumulator in the driver node, and it will update accumulator value to 2. And again in the partition 2 you are having the 2 records, so partition 2 will update accumulator value to 4. And similarly partition 3, again it has a 2 records and it will update accumulator value to 6 in your driver node. Alright, now let's go to Databricks and I will show you how accumulator works. So guys, now we have an accumulator notebook, and let me show you this file that we are going to read in this demo. So guys, we have a sales.txt file that we are going to use in this example. Now let me show you what is inside my source file. So let's use the magic command fs. Now let's use head command to see the file records. Now guys, this is the file records. So first let's read this file and create the RDD, and then let's create a global variable that is sum. Next, with the help of for each action, we will iterate all the RDD elements, and this is the function we need to create. So let's create count fun function, and in this function let's increment some value by 1. Now let's define global variables in this function, and finally let's print some value. Now we got an error here because we have to specify variable into my function. Let's run this code again, and guys, here we can see we got a 0 value here, because guys, once you run this for each function, so this is the code will execute on your executor node or worker node, and it is unable to update this sum value. So now we have defined accumulator with the help of sc.accumulator. This is the initial value we have provided. Then after we are using the add method, and we will increment the value by 1, and finally we will print its value. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. Now we got a error here because wrong variable name. Now let's correct it and run this code. And guys, now you can see earlier we were getting the 0 value and now we are getting the 5 value, because in the cells.txt file we have a 5 rows. This is the 1, this is the 2, this is 3, blank line is 4, and this is the 5th line. That's why we are getting the 5 value here. Great. So guys, in this example we have seen how accumulator works. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video, we will see how we can convert RDD into data frame. So we have a notebook, convert RDD to data frame, and in this notebook we have a Python list here. This is the first name, last name, gender and salary. So first let's call parallelize method and let's pass this data here. This statement will return RDD, and now once we get the RDD and it has a method to df, and with the help of toDF method it will convert RDD into data frame. Let's run this cell, and guys, here we can see the data frame got created here, but I want to apply column name also. For that, let's define the schema. The first column is first underscore name, second one is last name, third one is gender, and the last one is salary. Now we can pass this schema into toDF method. Let's run this cell again, and now guys, we can see we have a data frame with the proper column name. Now if I want to see the result, so we have a method display and this is the data. With the help of create data frame also, we can convert RDD into data frame, and in this method we have to pass RDD and schema object here. This statement will return data frame object, and let's display df1. Let's run this cell, and guys, we have converted RDD into data frame. Great. So in this video we have learned how we can convert RDD into data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video I am going to demonstrate how you can upload files into DBFS and then how you can read the files. So let's go back to workspace. So in the left hand side we have a option data. Let's click on this option, and guys, here we have option DBFS, and in the right hand side we have a button for upload. Click on this button, and now we can upload files into DBFS. So let's click on this, and we have selected student.csv file. Now let's click on done here, and guys, now we have uploaded a student.csv file into DBFS. Now if you click on this arrow down, then we have an option to move this file. We can also rename this file, and we can delete this file also. Now let's click on copy path. So we have two options here. We can read this file from the Spark API, and the another way is to read this file from the file API format. So first we will see how we can read this file from the Python language. So we have already created read DBFS file Python notebook, and first we are going to import library, that is CSV, and then we have a file name, that is the file store, and this is the path here, and we have created two array here. One is for column and another is for rows. To read this file, now first we have to open, this is the file in the read mode, and all the contents will be stored under CSV file here, and then with the help of csv.reader method we will create CSV reader object, and with the help of next method we will read all the fields, and then we have iterate CSV reader object, and we will append all the rows into the rows array, and then let's print total number of rows here, and we are also printing all the column names. Now let's attach to the cluster and run this cell. So guys, now we got the output. Number of rows is 236 and this is the column values. Great. We can also read this CSV file from the Spark API. So we have a method spark.read.csv method, and in this method we have to pass file location. So let's go back to file location again, and now we have to take, this is the DBFS location. Let's copy this location, go back to read DBFS file Python notebook and run this cell here. And guys, here we can see we got the data frame, but our column name are missing. So here we have to set the property, that is header equal to true, because first line in the CSV are the column names. Go ahead and run this cell again. Now we have a data frame with the column name. Great. So in this video I have demonstrated how you can upload the files into the DBFS, and then you can read DBFS file from the Python code, and also you can read CSV file from the Spark API. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In previous video we have seen how we can upload files into DBFS and how to read that file using Python and using PySpark. Now we are going to see how we can create the table using the Databricks UI. For that, let's go back to WorkSpace, and now let's click on data. And guys, on the top we have a two option, database table and DBFS. So we have already explored what is DBFS. Now let's click on database table option, and in the right hand side we have an option for create table. Click on it and you will be landed on create new table page, and here we have a three option, upload file, DBFS and other data source. So first let's click on DBFS, select student.csv file, and at the bottom we have a two option, create table with UI, and another option is create table in notebook. So let's click on create table with UI. Now let's scroll down. First we have to select a cluster to preview the table. Let's select the cluster and click on preview table. Now once we click on preview table, so in the left hand side we have a table name. So by default it takes file name as a table name, but you can also modify table name here. Let's call it students underscore tbl. Then we can select database. So currently we have default database. File type, it's automatically detected, it is the CSV file type, and column delimiter is comma. And guys, this is the preview of the table, and the first row is our header, but we can see in the table preview it is taking first row as a data. So if you have a column name in your file, so first we have to select first row is header. Click on it, and now we can see we got the correct column name. We can also modify column name, and also we can modify its data type. We have an option infer schema and the multi-line, but let's keep as it is as of now. And finally let's click on create table. Guys, it may take few minutes, and now we have seen students underscore tbl table got created, and this is the schema and this is the sample data. Now let's again click on data, and we have selected default database, and guys, here we can see we have a students underscore tbl table. Great. So in this demo we have learned how you can create the table using the UI. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back guys. In our last video we have seen how we can create a table using UI, and in this video we are going to see how we can create a table using notebook. So guys, if we are going to create a table using notebook, then it will create a automated generate code, and we are going to see now. So let me show you first what kind of table we are going to create in this demo. So guys, we have a all underscore users CSV, and in this CSV we have a event ID, user ID, event type, event time, platform, model, platform underscore version, locale, latitude and longitude field. And now we are going to upload this CSV file into DBFS location. So let's close this window, go back to Databricks, and now click on data, click on DBFS, select file store and click on upload. And now we have to select all underscore user CSV, click on done. Now guys, we have to create a table. So click on database tables option, and in the right hand side we have to click on create table. And now guys, we can create the table using upload file, using DBFS and the other data source. So we have already uploaded the file into DBFS. So let's select all underscore user.csv file, and at the bottom you can see we have a create table with UI that we have seen in our last video, and in the right hand side we have another option, create table in notebook. Let's click on this option. Now you can see it has created automated generated code. So in this cell you can see it automatically detected file location, file type, first row is header is false, but we need to make it true, delimiter is comma, and now we are going to create data frame and then displaying the records. Now let's attach this notebook to the cluster and let's run this cell, and now we can see the output. Now let's scroll down, and in the next cell we have a temporary table name, and then we are going to create temporary view. Now let's run this cell, and now in the next cell we are displaying all the columns from my temporary view. Go ahead and run this cell, and we got a output. And now guys, this is the last cell, and in this cell it's defined permanent table name. So permanent table name would be all underscore users underscore CSV, and let me uncomment last line, and it will store the table in the form of Parquet format, and the name of the table would be all underscore users underscore CSV. Go ahead and run the cell. Now it got executed. Go to data again, and guys, here you can see we have created all underscore users underscore CSV table. Let's click on it, and this is the schema and this is the sample data. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how we can create a table using the notebook option. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello guys, and welcome to new module, that is the data frame. And in this module we are going to learn what is data frame. Then we will see how we can create the data frame. Then I will show you how you can define the schema to the data frame. In the next video we will see various type of function. In the next video we will see few functions. Next we will see how you can perform casting operation, what is filter transformation, and then we will see what is update, update all and update by name. Next we will see how you can perform the ordering with the help of order by and sort by function. Next we will see what is group by transformation. Next, how you can remove the duplicates from the data frame. Next we will see what is windowing function. Then after we will look at date and timestamp functions. Next we will see how you can implement user defined functions in the data frame. Going forward we will see what is inner join, left join, right outer join. Next I will show you how you can handle corrupt records using the bad records path property. And finally, we will see what is metadata column. Great. So guys, in the next video, we are going to look at what is data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In our previous module, we have learned about RDD and we have seen transformation in action. And in this video, we are going to learn what is data frame. So guys, data frame has been introduced in Spark release 1.3.0, and in the data frame, data sets are organized into columns, and we can see this example ID, name and last name. In data frame are very similar in a relational database or in data frame like in R and Python. Now why we need data frame guys? So data frame is a one step ahead of RDD and it has two advantages. First, it gives custom memory management and the another is optimized execution plan. Now, what is the advantage of custom memory management? So guys, Spark has introduced a project Tungsten and you can save a lot of memory of the data because the data is stored in the binary format into off heap memory. There is no garbage collection overhead and expensive Java serialization is also avoided. Now the another benefit is optimized execution plan. Sometimes we call it is a query optimizer guys. And guys, optimized execution plan is created for execution of query. And guys, once optimized plan is created, then execution start. Now we have a following benefits or features of Spark data frame. The first one is you can read and write the data from various data format, for example CSV, XML, JSON, RDD, Parquet, etc. There is a support for various big data tools, catalyzed optimizer for efficient data processing across multiple language. It supports custom memory management to reduce and improve performance compared to RDD, and it has API for Java, R, Python and Spark. But also it has some limitations because Databricks does not support compile time safety, and if the structure is unknown then we cannot manipulate the data. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen what is data frame, and from the next video we will deep dive into lab section and we will see how you can play with the data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to look at how we can create data frame using PySpark. So guys, we can create the data frame using 2df method, create data frame method. We can create the data frame using CSV file, using text file, using JSON file, and also we can create the data frame using Avro, Parquet, ORC and Kafka sources. You can also read and write the data. You can also create the data from any kind of RDBMS, for example SQL server. And we are going to see some of the methods in this demo. So let's go back to Databricks workspace. We are in Databricks workspace and we have a create data frame notebook, and first we are going to see how you can create the data frame using RDD. So let's define the data first. So here we have a data and the first attribute is my employee ID and the second one is name. Next we have to create RDD. So let's pass this list into this RDD. Let's go ahead and run the cell. We got a RDD. Now let's print this RDD, and once we get RDD then we have to call 2df method. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and now we have a data frame and we can see we have a two columns _1 and _2, but I want to give the column name to my data frame. For that I have to specify column object, and let's call it first column is ID and the second name is name. Now let's provide this column into 2df method, run this cell again, and guys, now we can see we have a data frame with id and name. Great. Now we have another method, spark dot create data frame. In this data frame we have to pass data directly. Let's call it df3. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we have created the data frame 3, but again I do not have column information into this data frame. So similarly, let's pass this columns array into this method. Go ahead and run the cell, and now I can see we have a id and name. Now let me show you how you can read CSV file and create the data frame. So let's go to data, go to DBFS, and now we have some CSV file here. Let's copy this path, come to Databricks, and then call spark.read.csv. Let's give the path here, store this value in the data frame, go ahead and run the cell, and now we got my data frame. Similarly, you can read the text file. So we have a text file also. So this is the employee.txt file. So let's go and change the file name, and also we can see we got a data frame. And guys, in the later videos we will see how we can read JSON, Parquet, Avro and binary files. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how to create the data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video we are going to look at what is data frame schema, how we can get columns and data type information of any data frame object, and also we will see how we can define the new schema for any data frame object. So let's go back to Databricks, and guys, here we can see we have a schema notebook, and first we are going to create a data frame. We have a CSV file and that is available into my DBFS location. So let's first see the data. And guys, here we can see we have a data frame object. We have a column customer ID, customer name, state, gender, is graduated, salary, job start date, department and age columns. Now let me show you how you can get the schema of this data frame object. So guys, with the help of print schema method, we can get the schema information of this particular data frame object. So let's write df dot print schema. Let's run this cell, and here we can see we have a column information and also we have a data type information. By default, all the columns will be string data type because we never specified any schema. Alright. Now guys, the next method is the columns method, and with the help of columns method you can get all the column names into our list object. So we have a method df dot columns. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and here we can see we got all the column names. Alright. Now guys, with the help of d types I can get all the column names and the data types also. So let's write df dot d types. Go ahead and run the cell, and now we can see we got column name and its data type. Alright. Next one is the schema. So guys, schema attribute can be used on a data frame to return schema of a data frame as a struct type object. Let me show you df dot schema. Go ahead and run the cell, and here we can see we got an output in the form of struct type object. So we have an object, so we have a field customer ID and the data type is string type. Similarly, we have another fields and its data type. Similarly guys, with the help of fields attribute you can get all the columns detail. So we have attribute df dot schema dot fields. Go ahead and run this cell, and similarly we are getting all the column information in the form of struct field format. Next attribute is df.schema.names. So with the help of names attribute, you can get all the column names in the form of list. Next guys, we can also get the column and data type information in the form of JSON with the help of JSON value function. So we can use df.schema.json values. Go ahead and run the cell, and here guys we can see we got column name and data type value in the form of JSON. Alright, so guys, till now we have seen how we can get column information and data type information of any data frame, and now let me show you how you can define a new schema for this particular data frame. So guys, by default all the columns data type are string, but here we can see we have a customer ID, salary, and the age fields are the numeric field, and we will create a new schema for all these columns. Now let's go down. So first I have to import a class that is struct type. Next I have created a struct type object, and then I can use this object and we can call add method, and in the add method we have to specify column name, data type, and nullable is true. Similarly we can define the rest of the columns. So let me add all the columns here. So guys, now we can see we have added all the columns. Customer name is a string, state is a string, gender is a string, is graduated is a string, salary is double, job start date is a string, department is a string, and age is integer. Now let's go ahead and run the cell. We have defined the schema, and this is the new schema I have to assign for my data frame object. So how we can do that? So now guys, let's go up. Now let's copy this two line, go down, and let's paste it here. And guys, we have a method that is schema, and this is the schema definition we have to pass into this method. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and now you can notice our customer ID is integer, salary is double, and age is integer. Rest of the columns are string data type. Alright, now let me show you the another way how you can define a new schema. So now let's scroll down. So guys, this is the another way you can define a schema for any data frame object. So the root element would be struct type, and then we have to define a struct field. In the struct field we have to define three parameters: column name, data type, and field is nullable or not. And again you are going to get the schema object, and finally you can use the same code, paste it here. Let's pass the schema object. Go ahead and run the cell, and now guys, let's print its schema. And here we can see we have a salary field is double, age is integer, and customer ID is a string, because in this definition we have defined a string type for my customer ID. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how you can retrieve column information, data type information of any data frame object, and also we have learned how we can define a new schema. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to explore some of the Databricks functions, and these functions are extremely useful when we work on the PySpark project. So guys, here you can see we have a functions notebook, and in our last video we have seen how to assign a new schema to any data frame object. So here you can see we are reading the CSV file, that is the employee.csv, and also we have assigned the schema to this data frame. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we can see we got all the columns, but guys, sometimes we need only few columns. So we have a function df.select, and in this function we can specify which field we want to select. So we have selected customer ID and customer name, and this statement will return another data frame, and let's call it data frame 2, and then let's print data frame 2 object. And now we can see we have selected two columns, so in the final output we got only two columns. All right, now guys, with the help of star you can read all the columns. So let's run this cell, and now we can see we got all the columns if we are going to use the star. Now let me show you another method how you can select the data frame columns. So let's scroll down, and guys, in this method we can also specify columns like df.customer_id. Now let's display df2 object. Go ahead and run the cell, and here we can see we got only one column. Now let me show you another way. Let's comment first line, and guys, with the help of this data frame object you can specify the columns in this format. So let's run the cell again, and again we got output. Now let me add one more column, that is customer name. So let's rename it to customer name. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we got a two column. So we can define the column in this format, and also we can define the column in this format. Let me show you the another format also. Let's comment this line. Now guys, another way is to use the call function. So here also we can specify customer ID and customer name inside my call function. Now let's run this cell, but here we got an error, name call is not defined, because guys, always remember, if you are using the call function, then we have to import a call class from the SQL function. Again, let's run this class, and we got a output. Alright, now let me show you how you can create a new column into your existing data frame. So guys, we have a method df.withColumn, and in this column we can define the column name. So let's call it new column, and guys, here we can specify a constant value, or we can provide any kind of expression. And let me define df.salary into 0.5, and this statement will give you return a new data frame. So let's call it df2, and then let's print df2 object. Now we got an error, object has no attribute salary, because guys, this is the data frame is the case sensitive. So let's convert into the uppercase. Go ahead and run the cell again, and guys, now we can see we got a new column. Alright, now let me show you how you can define a constant value for this new column. So let's copy the code, paste it here, and guys, here we have to use a method that is lit, and in this method we have to define a new value. We have to also import a class for lit function. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, now you can see we have defined a constant value in this data frame. Alright, now guys, let me show you how you can concatenate two or multiple columns. So first we have to import a method that is concat_ws, and then we are calling a with column method, and in this method we are defining a new column that is id and name, and we are going to concatenate customer id and customer name. So let's use the method concat_ws, and we have specified customer id and customer name, and we are concatenate with the help of comma. This statement will return df2. Let's print df2 here, run this cell, and guys, here we can see we got a new column that is id_name, and here we have concatenate customer id and customer name column. All right, now guys, the next method is the rename columns. So guys, we can rename the columns of any data frame object. So we have a method df.with_column renamed. So here let's specify the column name that we want to rename it. So let's specify customer id, and the new column that I need, that is the id. Now let's use the show function now to display the results. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, in this data frame you can see we have renamed customer id to ID column. Alright. Now guys, the next method is the drop fields. So guys, currently we have a column ID name, customer name, state, gender, is graduated, salary, job start date, department in age. And now we can drop the columns with the help of drop method. So let's call df.drop method. And in this method, we can pass column name and then let's print the result. Go ahead and run the cell. And guys, here we can see we have dropped the customer name column from this data frame. Similarly, if we want to drop the multiple columns, you can specify as a comma separated values. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and we have removed the customer name and the gender name column from this new data frame. You can also specify the column with the help of data frame object. For example, df.customer_name, and now we can see we have removed the customer name in the new data frame. Alright. Now guys, the next method is when and otherwise. And guys, sometimes in our project we have to specify some condition. So with the help of when and otherwise method, you can specify the condition. For that, first we have to import a function. So we have a function that is when, and then guys, in my select method, we are specifying a condition. If my gender is M, then I need to print male. If my gender is F, then I need to print female. If my gender is none or null, then I need empty, and otherwise it is the new gender. This statement will return new data frame. And finally, let's display data frame 2 object, run the cell, and guys, here we can see we got male and female values based on this condition. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen the extremely useful function. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In our last video we have seen some of the data frame functions, and in this video we are going to look at how you can convert a column data type, and that is called the casting operation into PySpark. Now let's go back to Databricks workspace. And guys, now we have a casting notebook, and first we are going to read the data from the employee.csv file. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. We got output. Now let's expand its schema. And guys, here we can see all the columns by default as a string data type, and now we are going to convert some of its data type. For example, is graduated column we will convert from string to boolean. Customer ID we will convert from string to integer, and similarly age we will convert from string to integer. Now let's scroll down, and first we have to call a method df dot with column, and let's take a first column, that is my customer ID, and then I have to call df dot customer ID, and it has a function that is the cast, and in the cast function we have to specify new data type. So let's specify integer. Similarly, we can use this statement for other columns also. For example, age should be integer. Similarly, is graduated should be double. And then let's convert job start date column from string to date. Now let's create the another data frame 2 object, and then let's print its schema. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we have a data frame 2 object, and this is the schema. And here we can see customer ID got converted into string, is graduated converted into boolean, job start date converted into date, and age converted into integer. Alright, now let me show you another way to convert data type, but for that we have to import some functions first. So guys, here we have imported string type, boolean type, date type, integer type, and double type classes. And then let's copy this code, paste it here, and here we can remove string integer to integer type. Similarly, we can replace here also. We have a boolean type also, so let's replace boolean string to boolean type. And similarly, we have a date type,
So let's replace this string. Now again, let's print its schema. Go ahead and run this cell. We got error here because first we have to run this command, and now let's run this command again. And similarly guys, we have converted columns data type. Alright, now let me show you another way with the help of call function. So guys, here we can see we are using a call method, and the age column we are converting into integer, is graduated we are converting into boolean, and job start date we are converting into date. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and again we converted its data type. Alright. Now guys, next we have a select expression method, and with the help of this method we can also change any column's data type. Now let us see how we can use select expression method. So guys, first we are calling df.selectExpression, and in this method we are calling a cast operation. Cast is a function, and age should be integer, and this is the new column. Similarly, we can define casting operation for another columns also. So we have added a casting operation for is graduated column and job start date column. This statement will return df2 object. Now let's print new schema. Go ahead and run the cell, and here we can see age column converted into integer, is graduated converted into boolean, job start date converted into date. So with the help of select expression, we can define the expression, and this expression will be triggered from the select expression method. Similarly guys, we have a salary column, and we are converting salary column from string to double. Now let's go ahead and run this statement, and here we can see a salary column converted into double data type. Alright. Now guys, let me show you how you can use the SQL syntax for your casting operation. So first let's call create or replace temp view. So we have created a temporary view, and that is calling cast example, and then we are calling Spark SQL function, and we are using a select statement. Select, we are converting age into a string, is graduate into boolean, and job start date into date. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and we got output here. All the fields got converted. Alright, great. So guys, in this video we have seen how you can perform any kind of casting operation. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at how we can perform filter transformation. So guys, filter function is used to filter the records from the RDD and DataFrame based on the given condition. Now let me show you how filter function works. Let's go back to Databricks, and now we have a filter notebook, and in the first step we are going to read the data from employee.csv file, and we will create a data frame object. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and we got the results. Now let me show you how you can specify the condition in the filter function. So the first condition we are going to see, that is the equal condition. So guys, now we have a df.filter function, and in this function we have specified a condition gender equal to 1. Now let me see the results with the help of show function. Go ahead and run the cell. Now you can see the output, and we can see the results only for gender M. Similarly, you can specify the condition for female. So now you can see we are getting the data only for gender F. Now let me show you the another way with the help of call function. So guys, similarly we have specified gender condition is F, but here we are using the call function. Now let's call the show function also, and we are getting the same output where gender is F. Alright. Now the next condition we are going to see, that not equals. Now guys, for the not equal we have to add the symbols like this, and it will return the results where gender is not equal to M. Now let's call the show function. Now let's see the data, and we got the output where gender is not equal to M. Similarly, let's specify F here, and now we can see the data where gender is not equal to F. we can also use greater than and less than symbol. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and we got an error here because this is the condition we have to provide in this format. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, now we got the output where gender is not equal to F. Alright, now let me show you how you can apply the filter on the multiple fields. And now in the filter function, we have provided two conditions, department equal to ID and gender equal to M. And this is the operator for my AND condition. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and we can see the output, department is ID and gender is M. Alright, similarly, we can provide the another condition if my age is greater than 50. Go ahead and run the cell, and now we got a output, department is IT and the age is greater than 50. Alright, now let me show you how you can apply a string filters or the text filters. And now guys, we have specified the condition if my department value is starting with I, and only those records will be selected. Go ahead and run the cell, and we got the output here because my department IT is starting from I. Similarly, let me give another word here. Go ahead and run the cell, and here we got the output because my sales word is starting from SA. Alright, we have a similar function that is ends with, and let's specify the character that is S. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we got an output where my value is ending from S, and in the output you can see this value ending with S character. Alright, now let me show you how you can apply the null filters, but before that let me show you the original data. So guys, in the state we have a one null values, and similarly in the age column we have a null value. Now let's scroll down, and now we have added a condition, state is null. Go ahead and run the cell, and now we got an output where my state is null. Similarly, let me give the condition age is null, and let's go ahead and run the cell, and I got an output where age value is null. Let me show you the another syntax for my null filters, and guys, you can apply the condition in this format also, and we have a is null function that will get the records if my column value is null. Go ahead and run the cell, and I got an output here because my state is null. Similarly guys, let me show you how not null works. For that we have to specify a keyword that is not. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and here you can see in my age column there is a no null values. Similarly, let's specify the column state. Go ahead and run the cell, and in the state also we can see I do not have any record for my null values. And similarly, you can specify the not null condition with the help of is not null function. Go ahead and run the cell, and there is a no null in my state column. Alright, now guys, let me show you how you can apply the filters in a SQL way. So first we have to create or replace temp view, and we have given the name that is data, and on this temp view we are executing a SQL where state is null. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and we got the output here, and similarly we can specify another condition where state equal to CA. Go ahead and run the cell, and I got my output. You can apply the filter on the numerical field also if age is greater than 50. Go ahead and run the cell, and we got an output where my age column is greater than 50. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how the filter function works. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to see what is union and union all transformation. So guys, with the help of union and union all transformation, you can merge two or more data frame of the same schema or structure. So here we can see we have a two data frame 1 and 2. Both the data frame having the same column name, student, subject and mask, and with the help of union and union all, we can merge these two data frame into the single data frame.
Now let's see how it works. So go to Databricks. So we have a union all, union by name notebook. And guys, here you can see we have a two data frame, df and df2. So let's go ahead and run this cell. So guys, now we have created two data frame, and then we are calling df.union method, and we are passing the df2 here, and it will combine both the data frame elements into the single data frame. Let's run this cell, and guys, now you can see both the data frame got merged into the single data frame. Similarly, we have a method union all. Let's run this cell again, guys, and we are getting the same number of records. Now guys, if you look the schema of this data frame, so you can see all the columns are exactly same. Now let me create the another data frame, and now I will have the different data type for this ID column. And guys, now we have a two data frame, df and df2, but in the df2 we are converting the ID columns data type into a string. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, guys. And guys, now we got the data. Let's expand the schema for df. So ID is long here. Now let's go to df2 and ID is string here. Now let me use union function again, and let's call it union underscore df. Let's go ahead and run the cell. And guys, now you should notice union underscore df has ID column converted into a string, and it has combined long and string data type into the final data frame. Now guys, let me show you how you can merge the two different schema. And now you can see we have a one data frame, and the ID column is 4, ID, employee name, email and city. And in the data frame 3, I have a 6 column, ID, name, email, city, department ID and gender. So guys, the structure of these two data frame is completely different now. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. Alright, we got the data, and then let's call the method union again, pass the df3 and then show the result. Go ahead and run this cell, and guys, now we got an error. Union can be performed on table with the same number of columns, but the first table has a 4 column and the second table has 6 column. That means union and union all function won't work here. So we have a different method to combine different schema. So let's call the method union by name. Now let's again run this cell, and again we are getting the same error. Union can be performed on tables with the same number of columns. In order to remove this error, let's specify the attribute allow missing column equal to true. Now let's go ahead and run this cell again, guys, and now you can see both the data frame got merged. So guys, this is the first data frame, and in the first data frame we are having only the 4 columns, and the department underscore ID and gender will be null. And this is the data belongs to df3, and in this data frame we have all the values. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how we can merge the data and also merge the different schema into the single data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back, guys. In this video we are going to look at order by and sort function. So guys, with the help of sort and order by function, you can arrange your column values either in ascending and descending orders. So in this image you can see we have a department column, and currently there is a no ordering in this column, but after applying order by and sort function you can arrange the department column either into ascending or descending orders. Great. Now let me show you how it works. So let's go back to Databricks workspace, and guys, we have a order by notebook, and first we are creating data frame object, and also we have defined the schema, and this schema we have applied into my data frame object. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and we got the output, and we can see our department column are not in order. So first we are going to see how we can make department column ordered. For that we have to call a method df.sort, and in this method we have specified a column name. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and now in the output we can see we have ordered the department column into the ascending order. Similarly, you can use df dot department column for my ordering. Let's run this cell and now we can see our department column are into ascending order. Now we can use the function that is descending. Now let's go ahead and run this cell and now guys we can see we have applied the descending order for my department column. Alright, now similarly you can use the call method into my sort method. So let's see how we can use the call method. So guys, here we are using the call method. Now let's go ahead and run this cell and now we can see the data. So currently we have applied the ordering only on the one column, and now guys let me show you how you can apply the order on the multiple columns. So currently we have applied the ordering on my department, but I am going to add the another column, that is state. So let me add the column for state also. Let's copy and this is my state. Go ahead and run this cell and now we can see our department and the state column are into order. So this is the department. For accounts I have only one record, but if you look at my IT column, so in the IT column first value is null and the rest of the values are into ascending order. Similarly for sales all the state values are into ascending order. Now let me call a method that is descending for state. Let's go ahead and run this cell. So here we can see our department column are into ascending order, but my state column are into descending orders. Great. Now let me show you how you can apply the order by function. So guys, here we are using the method df.orderBy and then we have specified the column name. Let's go ahead and run this cell and now we got output department information are into ascending order. Similarly, you can specify the multiple columns. So I have specified the another column that is state and now both the columns are into ascending order. We can also use the call function into my order by function. Now let's go ahead and run this cell and now we got an output and the department and the state column are into ascending order. Alright, now guys let me show you how you can apply the order by clause into SQL. So first we have to define a temp view. So our temp view name is employee emp and then we have to write a SQL statement, select all the columns from emp and then we have to use order by next the column name that is department and the order should be into ascending order. Go ahead and run this cell and we got error here because we have to specify comma. Again let's run this cell and now we can see our department column into ascending order. Similarly, if I want to apply order by on my age column, so let's go ahead and run this cell and now our age column are into ascending order. Let me use descending order for my age. So let's see the results and now we can see age column are into descending order. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how we can perform ordering with the help of sort and order by function. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to look at what is group by operations. So guys, group by function is used to collect the identical data into groups on DataFrame and perform count, sum, average, minimum, maximum function on the group data. Now let's try to understand what does it mean. So guys, this is the data frame and in this data frame if you look at my department column, so in the department column I have repetitive information. For example, 5 records for IT. Similarly, I have a 3 records for sales. And if I apply a grouping on this column, so I will get a 4 groups. One is account, one is IT, one is marketing and one is sales. And then I can perform any kind of aggregation on these individual groups. For example, if I apply max function on salary, then I can get each group's maximum salary. Alright, now let me show you how group by works in the Databricks. For that, let's go back to WorkSpace. So guys, we have a group by notebook, and first we have defined the schema and we are going to read employee.csv file. We have applied the schema on this data frame, and I have a data frame that is the df with schema. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. Now I got my data, and first we are going to apply a grouping on this department column. For that I have to import a aggregated function, for example sum, average, maximum and minimum, and then we can apply a grouping on my data frame. Now guys, we can see we have a group by method. In this method we have to pass a column that is department, and then we are finding the maximum salary in each group. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, we got the output. For marketing I have a maximum salary that is 2000. Now let's cross verify. So guys, for the marketing I have only one record, that is 2000.6. Similarly for sales I have a maximum salary 5000. So into my sales I have a 3 record here, and the maximum salary is 5000. Similarly for IT I have a maximum salary is 5000. Now let's go up, and this is my IT records, and here we can see we have a maximum salary is 5000. Similarly, let me apply minimum function. So guys, this is the minimum salary of each group, and then we can apply another aggregated function, that is avg. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and this is the average of my each group. Alright, now let me show you another function, that is count. So it will give you the count, how many records is available in each group. Go ahead and run the cell, and here we can see we have a 1 record for marketing, 3 records for sales, 5 records for IT, and accounts is for 1 record. Now guys, we can apply a group by function on the multiple column also. Now let's copy this statement, paste it here, and now let's add another column, that is the state. Go ahead and run the cell. So guys, now it is giving the count on this group. For example, IT and the CA state, it has a 1 record. Similarly for department sales and for state AR I have a 1 record, and for sales and the state is CA I have a 2 records. Similarly we can apply aggregate function max on my salary field. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. So here we can see for IT and for state the maximum salary is 3400, and similarly for rest of the combination. We can apply the minimum method also, and we got the minimum salary for this combination. Great. So guys, in this example we have seen what is the group by operation. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Welcome back guys. In this video we are going to see how you can remove the duplicate records from the data frame. In the PySpark there are 2 functions you can use to remove the duplicate records. The first one is the distinct function, and another one is the drop duplicates method. So guys, in the left hand side we have a one data frame, and in the data frame we have total 6 records, and if you can notice the first record and the last record are exactly same, and we can use the distinct method to remove one of the duplicate data. Similarly, drop duplicates we can also use if you want to remove the rows based on the one or multiple columns. So let me explain you how the drop duplicates will work. So guys, here we can see we have an employee name John, and Smiths are the duplicate, and we can specify this employee name in my drop duplicates method, and it will remove the duplicate records based on the column level. Now let's go back to Databricks, and I will show you how you can remove the duplicate records. So guys, we have a notebook remove duplicates. In this notebook we have a data frame, and the columns are ID, employee name, email, and city. Let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, now we can see in this data frame we have a duplicate records. I want to remove one record, and now let me apply distinct method first. Now we are using distinct method, and then let's run this cell and see the result. Now we can see one copy of this duplicate record got removed. Similarly, we can use drop duplicate method also. So guys, now we are using drop underscore duplicate methods, and let's run this cell, and now we can see we have removed the one duplicate record. Now guys, in my original data frame, I want to remove the duplicate records based on this column. That means if my employee name having the multiple same record, so one copy of record should be deleted. So how we can do that? Let's come down. Let's copy this code, paste it here, and in this function we have to specify column name. So let's call it employee underscore name. Let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, now you can see there two records for John and two records for Smith. So in my final output, I have a one record for John and one record for Smith. Great. So guys, in this video, we have seen how we can remove the duplicate records from the data frame. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video, we are going to look at Windows function or analytic functions. So window functions and analytic functions perform a calculation on a table rows that are somehow related to the current row. Now we will try to understand what does it mean. So guys, this is the one data frame. In that data frame, we have a student, subject and marks. And currently we have a three subjects here: marks, accounts and computer. In order to implement Windows function, the first step is to combine all the similar kind of data. So here we can see we have a three groups. So we will apply partition on subjects. Now once you complete your partition, then the second step we have to apply a ordering. So currently we have a mark subjects. So we are going to apply ordering on a marks, and now you can see ordering of the marks are in ascending order. So maths is 40, 40, 200 and 220. Similarly for accounts and similarly for computers. Alright guys, so this is how window function works in PySpark, and the first function that we are going to explore, that is the row number. So with the help of row number, window function is used to give the sequential row number starting from 1 to the results of each window partition. So guys, here you can see we have a one partition, that is the math partition, and in this partition it will start from 1 2 3 4 because we have a 4 records for the math partition. So sequentially it will assign the unique number. Similarly for accounts we have a 3 records, so it will assign 1 2 3 numbering, and similarly we have a computer group, so it will assign first, second and third numbering. Now let's go back to Databricks workspace and we will see how we can apply window functions. Now guys, we have a window functions notebook. In this notebook, first we have to create the data frame, and the data frame columns are student, subject and marks. So let's go ahead and run this cell, and now we got the data frame, and the first function that we are going to apply, that is the row underscore number. So let's import two classes here, window and row underscore number. Go ahead and run this cell. Next we are creating a new column, that is row underscore number, and now we have to call row underscore number function, and then we have to call over method, and in this method we have to specify partition by and order by column. So guys, now we are partitioning the data on the subjects field and order by on marks column. Now let's create the another frame and let's call it data frame 2, and then call the display function and check the data. Now we got an error, invalid syntax, because we have to close this bracket. Go ahead and run this cell again guys, and now you can see we got the row number first, second, third for account. Similarly for computer is 1 2 3, and for maths we have a 1 2 3 4 numbering. Great. Next function is rank function guys, and the rank function is used to provide a ranking to the result within a same partition. This function leaves gaps in a row when there are ties. Now let's try to understand what does it mean. So guys, in the right hand side table we can see Mike and Ajay maths subjects marks are exactly same, that is 40-40. That means there is a tie between Mike and Ajay. So the ranking would be 1-1 for both these two records, and for the next record it will not giving you the rank 2 because this function required gap if there are two duplicate records. So for the third row it will generate the rank 3, and similarly for the John record it will give the ranking 4. Now for the accounts subjects, again there is a two duplicate records 100 and 100, so that's why we are going to get ranking is same 1-1, and for the third record we are going to get ranking is 3, and for the computers we are going to get the ranking 1 2 3 because there is a no duplicate record. Now let's go back to Databricks and we will see how the rank function works. First guys, let's import the rank class, and then let's copy this statement, paste it here, and here we have to change the function name, that is the rank, and let's get the another column, that is rank, and finally let's display the data. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we got the data here, and as I said earlier, for the duplicate records it will print ranking 1-1, and for the next record it will print rank 3 because it requires the gap between these two rows. For computer we will get 1 2 3 because there is a no duplicate data. Now let's scroll down. For the maths again there is a duplicate data 40-40, that's why the rank would be 1-1, and for the next record we have a ranking 3 and 4. Alright, now guys, next function is dense underscore rank, and dense underscore rank window function is used to get the results with the rank of rows within a partition without any gaps. So ideally dense underscore rank function exactly same as rank function, the only difference is it does not support any gaps. So here we can see we have a 40-40 records, so it will print the ranking 1-1, and for the next record it is printing the rank 2 and 3. So here we can see there is a no gap. Similarly for accounts we have a 100-100 record, and it will print the dense rank 1 and 1, and for the next record it will print the second ranking, and for computers the ranking would be 1 2 3. Now let's go back to Databricks and we will see how dense underscore rank function works. First import the package, that is dense underscore rank, and let's copy code here, and now we need to call dense underscore rank function, and also the column name would be dense underscore rank. Go ahead and run this cell, and guys, now we can see the output. For the accounts we have a dense rank 112, for computers we have a 123, and for maths we have a 1123, and there is a no gaps. Alright, now the next window function, that is the percentage underscore rank, and it will return the relative rank. So for the 40-40 marks it will print 0.0, 0.0. For the 200 it will print 0.66667, and for the last record it will print the 1.0. Now let's go to Databricks and we will see how it works. So guys, first let's import the package, that is percentage underscore rank. Now let's copy this statement, paste it here, and then call the percentage underscore rank function. Go ahead and run the cell, and now guys, we can see we have a ranking 001 for accounts. For computer we have a 0, 0.5 and 1, and for the maths we have a 0, 0.6 and 1 percentage underscore rank. Now guys, another analytical function is our lag function. So lag function allow access to value is stored in a different row above the current row. So now we will try to understand what does it mean. So guys, here we have a first record, that is the Mike. Guys, please remember, for the first record lag functions will return value null. Now guys, second record is Ajay here, and with the help of lag function you can retrieve the previous value. For Mike, that is the marks is 40, that's why for the second record lag value is 40. Now let's see for the third record. So guys, the third record is Ray here, and the Ray's current marks is 200, and in the lag column we can see it fetched the previous value for Ajay. Now let's see the next value, that is for John. So the John current marks is 220, and guys, in the lag column it fetched the previous value for Ray. Alright, now let's go to Databricks and we will see how the lag function works. First we have to import the lag class, and then we have to create a new column. Let's call it lag, and here guys we have to apply the lag function, and the lag function will take two arguments. The first one is the marks, and the second value, what is the lag interval. So we need to compute the previous row, that's why we are taking the value 1 here. But if you want to take the two rows calculation, so accordingly you have to specify the value here. And then let's use the over function here. Now let's print the df2 here. Go ahead and run the cell guys. We got the output, and guys here we can see the first row always be null, and for the next record the previous value will be fetched. So here we have a 40 because the Mike value is 40. Here also we have a 40 records because the Ajay value is 40, and here we have a 200 because the Ray value is 200. Alright, another function is the lead function, and lead is very similar to lag, whereas lag access a value stored in a row above, and the lead access a value stored in the row below. Now what does it mean? So guys, for the first record here we can see for the Mike we have a marks 40, and for the same record we have a lead value is 40 because in the left hand side you can see Ajay is the next record and it has a value 40. That's why for Mike in the lead column we will get the 40 value. Now let's go to next here guys, and currently the second record is the Ajay record, and in the lead column it is printing the 200 because, and in the left hand side you can see the third record is the Ray record and it has a value 200. That's why for Ajay lead column values will be 200. Now let's go to next record, and guys here we have a third record is Ray, and in the lead column we can see we have a 220 because in the left hand side table 220 value belongs to John record. That's why we are getting the lead value is 220. Now guys, John is the last record for this math partition. So always remember, in a lead function we will get the null value for the last record. Alright, now let's go back to Databricks. Let's copy this statement, paste it here. Let's import the lead class. Let's replace lag function to lead, and finally let's run this cell. So guys, here we can see for Mike we have a 40 value because it fetched the next record value, that is for Ajay. Similarly for the Ajay records it is fetching the next value, that is 200, and for Ray it is printing the 220 because the John value is 220, and for the last record it always be null. Similarly guys, you can see for computer the first record lead value is 300 because it is fetching the next record values here. Similarly we have a 320 because the next value is 320, and this is the last one. That's why we always get the null value for the last record. Similarly for accounts the last record always be null. Alright, so guys, in this video we have seen what is window and analytical function. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to look at the date and time function in the PySpark. So let's go back to Databricks workspace. So here guys we have a date and timestamp notebook, and first we have to assign time parser policy because in the Unix time we would be needed this property, and then we have a 3 columns guys: employee ID, employee name, and hire date. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and we got a data frame here. And now we are going to start exploring date and time function. So the first method is add underscore method, guys. And with the help of add underscore months, you can add a month into the existing column. So guys, we have a hire underscore date column, and now we are creating another column, that is next underscore month. And here we have a add underscore months function. We are passing the hire underscore date, and then we have specified parameter 1. That means add underscore month function will add 1 month into the existing date. Let's go ahead and run the cell. And guys, here we can see, here we have a month 07, now we have a 08, here we have a month 04, here we have 05, and so on. Next two methods are current underscore date and current underscore time, and it will give you the current date and current timestamp. Now let's go ahead and run the cell. So here this is my current date, and now this is my current timestamp. Next two functions are date underscore add. So guys, earlier we have seen add underscore month, and now you can add the date in the existing column. And the another method is date underscore format, and with the help of date underscore format you can specify the date format. Now let's go ahead and run the cell. So guys, in the date underscore add method, you can see we have added the 5 days. So this is the date is 10th. Now the 5 days has been added here. This is also 10. The 5 days added here. This is 15. Now this is 20. And again this is 10 and this is 15. Now in the date underscore format, we can see we have converted date format into DDMMYY format. Now next function is date underscore subtraction and that div. So guys, similarly you can subtract the date with the help of date underscore sub function, and in the date div function you can find the difference between two date. So here we have a current date, and now we are calculating the date difference between the current date and the higher date. Now let's run this to cell. So guys, here we can see we have specified 5 value here. That means the 5 days will be subtracted from this date. So currently it is 10. Now it is got converted into 5. Again this is 10. 5 days subtracted. And in the date diff function, you can calculate the date difference between these two dates. So this is 12/8/2022 and this is 10/7/2022, and the difference is 33. Next method is day of month, and you can calculate the day of month with the help of this function. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, this is the 10th, so the day of month is 10. Again this is the 10th date, day of month is 10. Now we have a 15 days, so the day of month is 15. Next function is day of week. So similarly we can find day of week with the help of day of week method. Let's run this cell. So guys, here we can see the day of week is 1, 1, 4 and 5. Next method is day of year. So guys, you can find the day of year with the help of day of year method. Let's go ahead and run the cell. And guys, this is the day of year for this date. For this date, we have a day of year is 100. For this date, we have a date of year is 166. Now guys, the next method is unique underscore timestamp. So this function converts timestamp string of a given format to a unique timestamp, or in second. The default format is YYYY MMDD HH SS. So guys, first we are creating Unix underscore timestamp column, and then we are converting the hire date into this format, and this function will give you the timestamp into seconds. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we can see we have a Unix underscore timestamp. Now next method is from underscore Unix time. So guys, it will convert your milliseconds again into the date. For example, we are creating the column that is Unix underscore timestamp, and we are converting Unix underscore timestamp into date. So let's go ahead and run the cell. So guys, here you can see first we have a Unix underscore timestamp column in the seconds, and in the next method, that is from underscore timestamp, we are passing this second value into this function, and then it is returning timestamp value. All right. Next method is OR, and with the help of or method, you can find or information from the date column. Let's run this cell. We got the output 15, 5, 1 and 10 because this is the or information. Another method is last underscore day. So guys, with the help of last underscore day function, you can calculate what is the last day of this hire underscore date column. Run this cell, and guys, for example, this is the date. So the 07, that is the July month, and the last date is 31st. Similarly, for April, we have the last date is 30. For June, we have a last date is 30, and for February, we have the last date is 28. The next method is the minute method, guys, and it will give you the minute information from hire underscore date. So guys, here you can see this is the minute column. So this is the value is 12. So you got the 12 value here. This is again 12. So you got 12. This is 2. This is 2. And this is 52. Now guys, the next method is month. So you can calculate or you can find the month information from hire underscore date column. Go ahead and run the cell. And guys, we can see we got the month information from this date. Now guys, the next method is month underscore between. So with the help of month underscore between, you can calculate how many months difference between two dates. For example, we have a current underscore date column, and again we have a hire underscore date. So we are finding the months difference with the help of months underscore between column. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we can see we got a months difference between these two days. Now guys, next method is next underscore day, and guys, with the help of next underscore day, you can specify what is the day you want to calculate from the current date. So we have specified we want to calculate the next Sunday. So let's go ahead and run the cell. So guys, for this date, the next Sunday was on 17th July. Similarly, for this date, the next Sunday will be the 17th. For this date, the next Sunday is this, and for this, we have a next Sunday on 13th. Now, the next method is quarter method, guys, and it will give you what is the quarter of this month. So the July month quarter is 3rd. For April, we have a quarter is 2. For June, we have a quarter 2, and for the February, we have a quarter 1. Now, the next method is the second method, guys, and you can find the second information from the hire underscore date column. So we have found 13, 3, 13 and 53 is my second information. Now guys, the next method is to underscore date, and with the help of to underscore date, you can convert string date column into the proper date column. So let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here you can see we have a hire underscore date column into the string format, but we have created the another column to underscore date, and the data type is date. Similarly guys, we have another method to underscore timestamp. So we can convert a string column into the timestamp column. Let's go ahead and run the cell, and we can see guys, we have converted hire date column into the proper timestamp column, and if you see its data type, so hire data type is a string, and we have a new underscore date column, and the column type is timestamp, and this is the format we have provided. Next method is week of year. So you can calculate or you can find week of year with the help of this method. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, this is the week of the year information. And guys, last function is year function, and with the help of year function, you can find the year from this column. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we can see we got all the year information. Great. So guys, in this video we have explored date and timestamp functions. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. In this video, we are going to look at what is UDF or user defined function. As per the definition, PySpark UDF are very similar to UDF on the traditional database. And in PySpark, first we have to create a function in Python syntax. Then we have to register that function in PySpark, and afterwards it is ready to use in DataFrame and SQL. Now, why we need of UDF? UDFs are used to extend the function of the framework, and we can reuse this function on multiple data frames. For example, in the left hand side, we can see we have a one data frame and we have a two columns ID and user, and all the users name are into the small letters. And if I want to convert every first letter of a word into a capital case, so in a PySpark built-in feature don't have this function. Therefore, we have to create a UDF, and UDF are once created, then it can be reused on several data frame and SQL expressions. Alright, now let's go back to Databricks, and now we have a UDF notebook, and first we have to create the data frame, and we have two columns ID and username, and all the names are into small letters. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and now we got a data frame here, guys. Now let's apply first built-in functions. Run this cell, and guys, here we can see the username converted into uppercase, but our requirement is to convert first letter should be in uppercase, rest of the letter should be into lowercase. For that, first we have to write a Python function, and we have a Python function now, convert case. It will take a string, and then we will split this string and we will get an array here. And now this is the statement, will give you first letter of this word. For example, this is the Sumit. So with the help of this syntax, you will get first letter, that is S, and it will convert into uppercase. And this is the statement, will return rest of the string UMIT, and then we will concatenate all this string, and finally we will return this string. Next, we have to convert this Python function into UDF, and we have a function UDF, and here we have to specify Python function name, that is the convert case, and guys, this is the return type. And now we have another object, that is the convert UDF. Now let's go ahead and run both the cells. Now we have a convert UDF, and this is the function we are going to call in our data frame. So first let's select ID column, and then we have a user column, and the user column we are sending to this my UDF, and let's call it user upper. This statement will return you another data frame, and let's display the result. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, now we can see we have a user upper column, and first letter got converted into uppercase. Now let me show you how we can use this Python function into SQL statement. For that, we have to call spark.udf.register function. This is the function name, convert UDF SQL. Then we have to give Python function. Python function name is convert case, and finally we have to provide the return type. Let's go ahead and run this cell, and now we are ready to use this function into SQL statement. So now let's create a temporary view. Let's call it TBL, and now we are using convert UDF SQL, that is our user defined function, and we are passing the user column into user2 column. Now let's go ahead and run this cell, and guys, here we can see we have converted the first letter into uppercase into Spark SQL. Now guys, let me show you how we can create the user defined function with the help of annotation. For that, let's go up, let's copy this function, come down, paste it here, let's call it convert case 2, and guys, here we have to use syntax @UDF, and then we have to provide the return type. So return type is string. Now let's go ahead and run the cell, and now guys, this is the function converted into UDF. Now we have to use this UDF into our data frame. For that, let's go up, copy this syntax, come down here, paste it here, and let's call convert case 2. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we can see our UDF is working fine. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how we can create the UDF, and that UDF can be used in data frame. We can register that UDF and we can use in our SQLs, and also we can create the UDF with the help of annotation. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. In this video we are going to look at how you can combine two data frame with the help of join functionality. In the Spark, we have a different type of joins. For example, inner join, left outer join, right outer join, full outer join, left semi join, left semi anti join, and self join. And guys, we are going to explore all the joins in this demo. So let's go back to your Databricks workspace, and we have a join notebook. And guys, in this example, we are going to use employee data and department data. And let me show you the data first. So guys, in the employee.csv, we have a 5 column customer ID, customer name, email, city, and department underscore ID. We have a department data frame, and in the department, we have a department underscore ID and name column. In order to join two data frame, we would be needed join column, guys. So here we can see in the employee, we have a department underscore ID, and in the department also we have a department underscore ID. So department underscore ID would be our joining column, and we have placed the CSV file into our DBFS. Let me show you quickly. So guys, here you can see we have a employee.csv and department.csv. Great. Now next we are going to see what is inner join. So guys, with the help of inner join, you can get the matching record in both the data frame. So we have a employee and department data frame. So let's write employee data frame dot join function, and then we have to pass another data frame, that is the department data frame. Let's copy and paste it here, and in the second parameter we have to specify joining column. So as I told you earlier, we have a joining column department ID. So let's use employee data frame dot department underscore ID equal to department data frame dot department ID. In the third parameter, we have to specify join type. So we have a join type, that is inner, and this statement will return another data frame, and let's call it join data frame. Let's display join data frame. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we have a total 9 rows here, but in my employee CSV we have a total 10 rows. And guys, you should notice in the employee.csv we have a department ID 108, but 108 is missing or not available into your department data frame. So once you will apply the inner join, so this is the data will be ignored. Now let's go to results of inner join, and here guys, you can see we do not have 108 record. That means it fetched only the matching records. Great. So the next join type is left outer join, and in the left outer join it returns all the record from the left data frame, that is employee data frame, and the matching record from the right data frame. So let's go up and copy this code, paste it here, and the only thing that we need to change, that is left outer. Rest of the thing will be exactly same. Department ID is our joining column. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, this time you should notice we have a total 10 rows. And now let's scroll down, and we got 108 department ID also, but 108 is not available into your department ID. That's why it came as a null, because in the left outer join you will get all the data from your left table, and employee is our left table. Next join is the right outer join. So in the right outer join returns all the record from the right data frame. So we have a right data frame, that is the department DF, and the matching record from the left data frame. Now let's go ahead and run the cell. We got the output, guys, and now in the output we can see we have all the records from the right data frame, but guys, 105 department ID is not available into your employee.csv. That's why you are getting the null values for this row. Now guys, the next join is the full outer join, and full outer join return all the records in the left data frame or in the right data frame, and keyword would be outer here. The rest of the things will be exactly same. go ahead and run the cell. And guys, the total number of records is 11 here because it fetched all the data from left data frame and from the right data frame. And here we can see 105 ID is not available in the employee CSV, and similarly the 108 department ID is not available into your department data frame. You can use the another keyword also for full outer join, that is the full, and you will get the same result. And similarly you can use full outer keyword, go ahead and run the cell, and you will get the same result. Now guys, next join is left semi join, and left semi join is very similar to inner join. Difference is left semi join return all the columns from the left dataset and ignore all the column from the right dataset. So guys, let me show you inner join first. So guys, this is the inner join we have seen earlier. So here we are getting department ID and name from the department data frame, but in the left semi join this is the two column will be ignored. Now let's come down, and the syntax would be same again, but here the join type we have to write left semi. Let's go ahead and run the cell. So guys, as I said, we will get the matching record from both the data frame, and the right data frame column will be ignored. Now guys, next join is left anti join, and in the left anti join return only column from the left dataset for non-match records. So left anti generally we use to find out unmatching record from both the data frame. So let's go ahead and run the cell, and guys, we got only one record because 108 is not available into my department data frame. Great. Next join is self join, and self join is a regular join, but the table is joined with itself. Let me give you the example in which situation we can join self join. So guys, let's consider you have a one data frame only, and in the data frame you have a column ID, name and manager ID. For example, ID is 1, name is Aditya, manager ID is -1. Similarly, ID is 2, name is Amit, manager ID is 1. That means Amit's manager is Aditya, and similarly we have a ID 3, Sunil, and manager ID is 2. So Sunil's manager is Amit because Amit's ID is Sunil manager ID. Now let me show you the data first. So guys, here we can see Amit's manager ID is 1, that is Aditya, and Sunil manager ID is 2, that is Amit. Now I want to print employee name and its manager name. For that I have to apply self join here. So guys, first we have a data frame and we have created alias employee 1, and similarly we are joining the same data frame, and now we are calling alias 2. Next we have a column employee 1.manager ID equal to employee 2.id, and the type is inner. This statement will return another data frame, and let's display the join data frame. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, this is the output we have received. This is the 3 column is for employee 1, and this is the 3 columns belonging to employee 2. Now guys, we just need to print employee name and its manager name. So in the left hand side that is the employee, and right hand side one is our manager because of this condition. Now we are selecting employee 1.name and employee 2.name is your supervisor. So let's use the show function. Go ahead and run the cell, and guys, here we got the desired output. Great. Now guys, let me show you how to avoid duplicate records after joining PySpark. So let's go to inner join first, and guys, here you can see we have a department underscore ID column 2 times. Similarly, ID column 2 times. Similarly, in the left outer join we have a department underscore ID column comes twice for right outer join also, and similarly for the full outer join. Now we want to remove one duplicate column from this data frame. So let's come down. So first way is we have the join statement. Then we can use the drop function, and in the drop function we can pass department underscore ID. Let's go ahead and run the cell. And now guys, we have a department underscore ID only once. This is the one way. And the another way is to use this syntax. First, let's join these two data frame, and then we have to specify joining column in this format, and next we have to specify the type. And now let's display join data frame. Go ahead and run the cell, and now we can see department underscore ID comes only once, and this is the name is our department name. Great. So guys, in this video we have explored different join types. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. In this video we are going to look at how you can handle bad or invalid data into Databricks. In the Apache Spark, when we read the data from the file based data source, so you will get two typical error cases. The first one is maybe the file is not readable, or maybe it could be missing, inaccessible or corrupted. And the another case is maybe records are not parsable due to syntax error and schema mismatch. And we are going to cover the second use case in this demo. Let me show you the example of bad data. So guys, let's suppose you have an employee.txt file, and in this file you have a 4 columns: ID, name, gender and salary. We can see salary field is our integer field, but if you are look at the sixth record, so this is the record type or the string data type. And when you read this employee.txt without schema, so in the data frame you will get all the data, because all the columns type would be a string data type, but the sixth record will be considered as a invalid data when we are going to apply schema on this data frame. And in the final output we are not going to take any bad data or invalid data into our data frame. Alright, now let's go back to Databricks. Now we have a handle bad record notebook, and first we are going to read employee.txt file. But let me show you first employee.txt file. So we have a command head and then give the path of employee.txt file, and this is the content of my employee.txt file. And now we are going to read employee.txt file. Let's define the data frame and then display all the records. Here we can see we have a 4 columns, and the data type of the 4 columns are the string. But in this data frame now we are going to apply correct data type, and the ID field should be integer and the salary field should be integer. So we have to define a schema on this data frame. So let's copy code here and let's define the schema first. So this is a schema. ID should be integer, name should be string, gender should be string, and salary should be integer. Now here we have to call a method schema. Now let's pass this schema into schema method. Now again go ahead and run the cell, and now let's expand this data frame schema, and now we got correct data type for ID and the salary column. And here we can see the sixth record salary field is null. Now guys, we don't want the sixth record because the salary field is null, and based on my business requirement this is the invalid data. Now let's copy the code, paste it here, and now we have to define another property, and that is bad record path. So let's call the method option, and in this method let's specify a property bad record path, and then we have to provide bad record path location. So let's store all the bad data into file store slash bad data folder. Now let's go ahead and run this cell again, and still we have the invalid data because guys the property name is bad records path. Now let's go ahead and run the cell again guys, And now we can see guys, we got only 3 rows because in my salary column, 2 values are null. That's why the second and the sixth record got dropped. Now let's go to this folder. So go to data, click on DBFS, file store, go to bad data. This is the folder and the name of this folder is our current date. Into this folder we have a bad records folder and this is the file. Now let's copy the path. Now let's close this window and now let's see what is inside my file. So let's use the method that is head and give the path here, remove the DBFS. Now let's go ahead and run this cell. And guys, here you can see we have a two records, the ID2 and the ID6. And guys, here you can see in my salary field we have a space also. That's why this is the field considered as a string. And similarly for the sixth record we have a invalid data that is 15k and this is the string field. That's why we are getting the number format exception. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen how you can handle bad data with the help of bad records path property. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back guys. In this video we are going to look at what is file metadata column and how to fetch. So guys, you can get metadata information for input files with the help of underscore metadata column. Please note underscore metadata column is a hidden column and it is available for all the input format. For example, CSV format, JSON format, Parquet format, XML format and so on. So guys, if we need metadata column, then we have to explicitly mention in our query. So metadata column is a struct data type and it contains the four fields. First one is the file underscore path. Data type is a string and it will return file path of the input file. Second one is the file underscore name. Again, this is the string data type and it will return the name of the input file along with its extension. The next field is the file underscore size and the data type is long and it will return length of the input file in bytes. And the last one is file underscore modification underscore time and the data type is timestamp and it represent last modification timestamp of the input file. Now let's go back to Databricks workspace and we will see how to retrieve metadata columns. So guys, we are on file metadata column notebook and first let me show you what kind of data we are going to read. Click on data, click on DBFS and we have a DataFrame folder and in this folder we have a two file employee.txt and employee-.txt. Now we will read DataFrame folder into this notebook. So with the help of spark.read.format method, we will be able to read all the txt file inside DataFrame folder and then let's call the method and in this method we are going to fetch all the columns and finally let's display the data frame. And guys, now we can see we have a four field ID, name, gender and salary, and as I said earlier, metadata column is the hidden column and if we need to retrieve its value then we have to explicitly mention underscore metadata. Go ahead and run the cell again and guys, now you can see we have a underscore metadata column. It has a four fields: file path, file name, file size and file modification time. Now if you want to access individual columns then you have to write metadata dot field path and similarly you can mention all the columns. This is file name, copy it, file size and the last one is file modification time. Now let's go ahead and run the cell again and now guys we can see we have a two files here, employee-1.txt and employee.txt. Great. So guys, in this video we have seen what is file metadata column and how to access its field. That's all for this video. See you in the next class. Thank you.